simple but a fact, only 7 minutes late. Or maybe 5 days, if you are counting this. Is this how you spell the word arc, by the way? Probably not, right? Isn't it arc? Yeah. That's not how you spell arc. Okay, I fixed it. Is this how you spell umineko? Umineko. Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm eepy. I think. Yeah, my ears are blocked. Well, fuck. They were blocked, but then I went and closed the window in a kitchen, and it became how to use Go Live notifications. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks for your help. Did you saw that Twitch like rolled back the policy about forgot how it's called, artistic nudity on the same day as they pull it out, and some people are still banned from it. This is unfunny. How consistent Twitch rules are. Oh, I also went through Twitch's art category on this day, and it was like insane. It was awful. I didn't know Twitch was that bad, but now I know. Oh, Jesus. Okay, let's start. Ooh. I didn't have internet for like 4 days. Okay, not 4 days, 3 days. From Monday's morning to Wednesday's evening. So 3 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And it was awful. It was kind of insufferable. But I did do some work. I have nothing to show you, but I did do something. I finished those facets. And they look cute. I have like this Christmas cute dress now. Isn't it cute? Okay, let me show you a little bit more. Cute? Cute? I'm also hoping I can finish like an art that I make for it till Christmas starts. Oh, we just need to live through this. It's gonna go for like 20 more minutes. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I don't know. This happens in winter more than in any other season, unfortunately. It's because of the wind. And then for some reason wind goes outside and fuck. It's so hard to talk like this because your voice is kind of block your ears and you stop hearing yourself and you stop hearing everything and you're just kind of blind and deaf for a while, for seconds at a time. I'm streaming today, I'm streaming tomorrow, and then I'm streaming on 27th or 28th. I don't know exactly when. I forgot. On 27th, I'm streaming on 27th, and after 27th, I'm taking a holiday hiatus up until probably like 15th of January. I'm sorry it's so long, but it is what it is. And I'm probably gonna stream like on those 2 weeks of January, but I have no idea when or how. So let's say consistent streaming comes back on 15th, but it doesn't mean that I'm not gonna stream on those 2 weeks at all. The only days I'm not gonna stream it for sure up until from 29th to 31st, maybe for seconds. Maybe I could stream somewhere in the later part of this week, that week. First week of January. Oh shit. Oh, ears. Speaking of ears, accidentally messed up something in my model and I need to redo it, so something might be look different from how it was before, but you know, only scientists in 10,000 years could tell what it was exactly that got fucked accidentally. Umineko. Did I don't think we actually finished question arc, but you know, we need to bear with it for hmm, we need to bear with it for, you know, theatrics or something. I don't know. Oh shit, it's so hard. I need to somehow stop yawning. Stop. Get my ears blocked. Okay, let me do some weird stuff. Let me block my nose and try to like get sound through my ears or something. Get wind through my ears. Maybe it didn't block them. Oh shit. It does not help. It does not help. It makes it worse. Worse and worse. So EP. Oh my god. Drinking water didn't help either. What are we doing, Minako? We finished all this shit, and now... Oh, we finished first act. We finished introduction into Minako, which is nice. We have 100 hours to go. Now we're looking at Butler, at real life human Butler, doing something. Why is his name Butler? Who get? Why was it? Oh, because he battles. Oh, that's why. Okay. He's not Butler. He's not like, you know, a butler. It's because he's Butler. He battles. Okay, for sure. I forgot about this. If it didn't have kanji here, I would be like, huh? Why Chio? Whatever. Don't ask questions. In any way, if there's something like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked over or ran my hands over the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that pitfall was hidden here. Jesus Christ, I wonder if you can hear how sometimes my ears stop working and I can hear myself and my voice. No matter how much I walked over and ran my hands over the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that pitfall was hidden here. In the first place, it would be one thing if a single person had fallen, but it was full 5 people. From what I could piece together from all of their stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So, at the very least, there has to be 5 separate places concealing pitfalls. So, what does it mean? The thought that comes to my mind was like, fuck, I'm a great material for people with yawning fetish or something. Jesus Christ. My brain is so fried. Not just today, overall. Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So that with a single button press you could open up a pitfall in a location of your choice? Some kind of contraption like this? What kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion? But even so, if Dad and the rest heard about it... I just started kicking! Oh no! I'm fucked. If Dad and the rest heard about this, maybe they'd say, I wouldn't put it past grandfather. You bet he'd do this. He makes this. In any event, I didn't learn anything more than from a dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist, but I can't just find them? I'm not sure that I am. I can't say for sure. Since they claim that the pitfalls were here, I can't ignore the pitfalls, even if I can find them. Okay, only 1 year is fucked now. Second year is normal now. The next one to be killed has been Jessica and George Ironkey. I've already discovered George Ironkey when I was called out for my test. He was called out into the arbor in a rose garden and shot in the forehead, probably with a gun. Well, he looked so funny here. As for Jessica, he was called in her own room to the second floor in the mansion. I found the door to her room locked. That wasn't a problem at all since I had the master keys. Oh, did we saw this before? And the inside of the room was horrible. I had already familiarized myself with the dining hall, so I built up a bit of immunity. The phone receiver had dangling off the hook. Was she killed while on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head spattered out. As far as I could tell by looking at the scene, I looked as though she had been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been here before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression from Jessica's voice over the phone. Impression. I'm pretty sure Jessica said, "They got me." It's probably best to assume that she had already received a fatal wound at the time of a phone call. That's right, and she also said this. By the time you get here, I'll be a corpse with half my head spilled out. Yes, she definitely said that. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her head other than damage on her head. Then she was injured seriously enough that she steeled herself for death and then died halfway through the phone call? But it feels like, with the way she was talking on the phone, she was way out of danger for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over the phone if the killer is right in front of you. So, did the culprit come partway through the phone call and killed her? No, that can't be right. Oops. After all, this room was locked. No, like hell that counts for anything. If the culprit had stolen the master key from one of the victims, the fact that it was locked is meaningless. But there are no external wounds other than her head. In which case, should I assume the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and actual wound that destroyed her head were two different events? Both of them made to the same part of the body? In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. When the culprit came and destroyed her head for real, or something. Pew. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and seriously injured. And the culprit thought that they killed her and went away for the time being. But then Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with a little dying message. When the culprit realized that they had fallen in killing her and rushed back to deliver the final blow to Jessica, who had lost consciousness from a massive blood loss. That seemed to make sense, more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the form of its final blow. And there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica said this. George Neeson didn't make it either. Instant death this way. This was. She did it almost as though she had witnessed George Ironkeys being killed. Oh, that's interesting. How would she do it if it was a real life scenario? Was they actually like fighting each other all this time and they just didn't know? But well, you certainly could see the rose garden from the window of Jessica's room. Oh, that's a good call. The arbor that Judge Ironkey has been called out to was very far away. You could only just make out the roof. And the fact that it was night of a typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened by the arbor from this window. And most important of all, Jessica left before Judge Ironkey, so she shouldn't have known the Judge Ironkey test was taking place by the arbor. How did Jessica... Did you hear that? I didn't even... No way. Oh, it's some electricity shit. This thing beeps only when electricity is fucked for somehow. Oh, I hope we can stream. I hope it's gonna go away. How did Jessica know that George... Oh, it's turned off. Great. How did Jessica know that George Arenke has been killed? Then, in the course of my search for of the entire mansion, I found Kirisan's corpse as well. She was in an old guest room tucked away in the first floor. This was where all of our relatives used to stay before the guest house was built. The situation with Kirisan was just like Jessica's. She was probably killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untightly, and Kirisan has collapsed beside it. But the way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, something like a stake with a occult-like design was buried into her forehead. It was too gruesome for me, so I pulled it out. Ew, why would you do this? It was only after putting it out that I realized it might get me in trouble with police later. So even though it was probably a little late now, I laid it by Kirisan's side. Its tip was sharp and straighted with enough blood that it might have been penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of material it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. So it seemed to be that while characters are killed, they are under the influence of something. But after the characters are killed and nothing is going on, this is the only part that is truly real, which I should deduce or induce, whatever the fuck. What exactly happened? Corpse discovered in a guest house inside the mansion. There was a single hole right in the center of your forehead. It seemed reasonable to think that she was shot with a gun or something. A demon stake was rammed into her forehead, but it is difficult to imagine that this was the cause of death. I didn't miss. I missed on purpose to torment her, nya. Okay, sure, Bunny. Jessica? Corpse discovered in her own room on the second floor of the mansion. Her head was half destroyed. It seemed reasonable to think that she was murdered with something like a powerful gun. Destroyed yourself with your own strike with George's counter-attacking type barrier. Did you kill each other, guys? Okay, so you probably fight, but people who killed you are different people? Certainly, it would have been stabbed all out with something like this. It might cause a terrible wound. I probably understood what this stake means. Yeah, I know this. It's a method of killing from the Force Twilight onwards in the Witch's Epitaph. That gorge was a stake and kill thing, probably. However, the human skull is very hard. Even with all one's strength, could you really pierce through it this sharply? No. The way I reason it, the stake wasn't the cause of death, it was just used to damage the corpse after death. She was probably killed by being shot with a gun or something, like George Arenke, and the stake was stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking about it this way, everything works out. Was Kirisan really killed with a gun? She had said this on the phone as well. Kirisan was under attack even though she was holed up inside a locker room. And this room actually was locked. And she said something about a golden thread-like thing flying into the keyhole and attacking her. And in fact, there were 4 places around Kirisan's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack, but still, a golden thread attacked her through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Kirisan's perspective. If it had been one of those old locks like you can see in old mystery novels. Oh, it's not! Where you can peek through on the other side, where you can understand that something might potentially have come through it. But even though the door in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar, every cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. Okay, before that I always assumed it had a keyhole. Wait, where did the keyhole? How do you open this if it has no... What? In other words, there was no hole going all the way through by construction. So no matter how thin an object it might have been, how the door was locked then, huh? Does it have like... I don't know. It's impossible to imagine that it could have been penetrated to the keyhole from the outside and attack her. What is this? This doesn't make sense at all. How you open this then? Cylinder lock, keyhole? But Kirisan had definitely said that something like a golden thread had thrown in through the keyhole. Yeah, but it does have a keyhole if you can open it, so why are you saying it can... And spun around and around, aiming for her, attacking her. Does it mean you can't close the door from the inside or something? Why are you saying that the keyhole wasn't throughout all the way? A golden thread attacking through the keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant at all. Wait, actually, maybe it was like a light something? Kirisan predicted that I probably wouldn't be able to understand all this. And not just Kirisan, Jessica said it over the phone too. No, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Gora-san and Kumasawa-san and got the phone call from Uncle Krau's group, everyone has been saying the same consistent thing. Grandfather is summoning witches and demons and killing people with magic. We witness this happening with our very own eyes. No tricks, no illusion, yeah sure. No choice but to believe it. They all said it with one voice. However, fuck them, when that mysterious woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I pretty much believed that she was a real witch that might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, once my feeling of tension faded completely, I had a level enough head to think that this was way too stupid to possibly be true. In that extraordinary situation, where their lives were exposed to danger, did they just lose their heads a little and mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people testified to the same effect, and on top of that, none of their opinions contradicted one another. If it had been a single person statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing this now is pretty difficult. Then, right next to the back door, I found Alko Kraus with his head half destroyed. Even though he's escaped the dungeon of Kvadorian and somehow made it out of a secret underground passage all the way here, he was killed. Buried into the guest house cross-section of his half-destroyed head was a stake with a gold design just like the one that was driven into Kirisa's forehead. Sorry. Oh, by the way, my tooth stopped hurting. This is awesome. Tooth doesn't hurt. We have internet and we have heating. Isn't it awesome? Oh, how I love living a life, she said. Well, every time I talk, my nose started become like blocked. This is so weird. Oh, I had a stake with knuckle design just like the one that was driven into Kurisan's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that this stake was a murder weapon. He was killed with a powerful gun like 6 in a dining hall, and after death, he was stuck with a stake like Kirisan. I wonder if the golden thread that Kirisan spoke of attached Uncle Kraus too. Does there exist some kind of tool like an endoscope, which is very thin but can be moved around at will? And that can also attack people? I'm thinking more and more that um that Kinzo-san just has some kind of fucking technology in his possession that helps him do all of this. You know, because we're in 1984, it doesn't says a date here. Wait, are we in 1984? Aren't we in 1986? 1984, it's fucking name of a novel that I didn't read. Even though I read a lot of anti-utopian bullshit. I hate this trope. I hate utopia and shit. Those are like bad. Those are annoying settings. But I think some of the books plays on settings being so annoying. I can't remember the name of the book what I'm thinking about. Whatever. And that can also attack people? No way, I've never even heard of anything like that. But even so, if I voiced this suspicion to one of my relatives, perhaps I would say I wouldn't put it past Grandfather to make one. Since I can't refute the existence of a golden thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, my only option are either to accept this completely incomprehensible weapon or else to accept that these murders were committed with magic. Is this really about technology? To find the next corpse, I had to go through the back door and search around outside a bit. Behind the mansion, in the wild growing bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. Oh! And right next to it were corpses of Dr. Nanja and Chan-chan. Both corpses had their heads smashed, and there were a stake lying next to each one of the destroyed heads through they weren't stuck in. All the corpses were atrocious, but having to look directly at Chan-chan's lovely face, half of which was blown off, was very painful. Then there was the well, inside which, I was told, was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion, Kuvadorian. By the time I was beginning to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used the underground passage to leave for Kuvadorian. There were supposedly 10 or more disguises, and I hadn't seen hide nor hair of any of them. It made a hell lot of sense to think they already escaped somewhere else. They had this typhoon to contend with, which they couldn't go out to the sea. Same for the forest. There was no way they could traverse such deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In this case, there was only one place for them to go. The mysterious hidden mansion, Kuvadorian, the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By the time I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy, screwing with me like this. This time I'll march into your mansion. What the hell? Damn it! The old well had a firm cover on it. This cover was an iron grill. Sorry? The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters square. You could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could pass through. If I hadn't known better, I wouldn't have thought it to be anything more than a simple cover to protect against the falling in. But now that Yurisen had told me, I knew that it had been made to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage at the bottom. But the cover was fixed in place extremely firmly, and no matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to removing it. I couldn't find any obvious locks. Maybe it was sealed by some mechanism. Sorry? But no matter how much I investigated it, I couldn't find anything to release it. The underground passage in this well is the biggest piece of information I have that Yuri-san gambled her last moments trying to tell me about. Oh, he can't put away this cover because it's too heavy for him. I spaced out for a second, I'm sorry. Don't think you can stop me with something like Discover. I'll smash it into bits. Okay, so... how did they come out of here if it's closed down? And there is a corpse of Butler's father? No? Yes? Who was killed here? Oh, it was Kanan. Kanan was killed here. Yeah, for sure. Wait, who was killed here? It was Shannon and who else? Oh, and Nanja. Corpse discovered behind the mansion. His head was half destroyed. It seemed reasonable to think that he was shot with a gun or something. A demon stake was lying next to the corpse. No commentary on Nanja. Corpse discovered behind the mansion. Her head was half destroyed. It seemed reasonable to think that she was shot with a gun or something. A demon stake was lying next to the corpse. The witnesses understand one thing at least. It was not your stake that killed her. It was not the stake that killed her. Okay. I smashed into bits. I'll search for a tool. I had an idea of where to get one, because I've seen various tools in the gardening shed where we logged Gorasan and Kumasawa-san in here. Oh, Gorasan and Kumasawa-san are still... not great, okay? Convenient that Butler need to go back here to look at them and to simultaneously search for a tool. But the shutter to the garden shed was locked. On top of that, the key was with Goda-san, who was inside that. In other words, the garden storehouse was a locked room. There was no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I would have to break the shutter. I wonder if there was a tool for that somewhere. It kind of felt like I was going in circles. Oh, go to the basement. Then while searching for this, I learned that the source of a stench that has been fermenting the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. Also, Kinta's corpse in here. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, and a terrible stench, and on top of that all was incredibly creepy. But there were several large tools here, and I was able to find a fire hatchet and a massive bolt cutter. And grandfather's corpse too. Now, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found the burned corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into a blazing fires of a boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on a corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. Okay. Yeah, actually, I might have heard that from Dad at some point long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly. Dactyl means finger in Latin, for sure. With extra toes. It had apparently an old Shramia tradition for people with extra fingers or toes to be treated as a good omen, saying that they had good fortune or something. Is this caused by generations of... Is this? Okay, I'm not gonna say it, but you know what I'm thinking about. You know for sure. Is this? Whatever. That's why grandfather was selected to be the next head, or something along those lines. But I wonder if I can be certain this is grandfather's body just from the number of toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be leader of the group of culprits. I don't have a clue why he'd be dead and stuffed in a boiler in a place like this. Okay. Well, I didn't have any internet. I was watching a lot of movies that I downloaded on my PC and on my phone, but never had a chance to watch it for some reason. I do this pretty often, by the way. I can't watch it online. I always need to download it. So I could watch it without buffering, without, any other shit. I could pull in some subtitles, because I always watch it with subtitles, and I want the subtitles to be very specific. And also I don't want the subtitles to be too small or too big. I want everything to be, tailor-made. And when you download shit on your PC, You can't just do it. You can't just do whatever you want. You can customize your viewing experience however you want, and that's what I appreciate in here. Okay, I sidetracked. I was watching this movie. I watched this movie. It's called Excalibur, made in 1981. I didn't remember who was the director, but it's actually a really pretty movie. They do this really cool trick in this movie because it's based off Arthur's legends, you know, Excalibur and shit. It's based off Arthur's legends, and everybody is wearing like armor. And the trick that they do is that they put a green light in front of a character with armor, so every time a character in armor is on the screen, the armor has this like beautiful green tint all over it. I love this effect. I never noticed. I mean, I know people do this often in, you know, lighting setup for movies, but I never noticed people specifically putting lights this way so the reflective surfaces would take it, and it was going to be part of the artistic vision of artist who like was in charge of lights. That's really nice. That's really nice. Okay, no matter. So the movie is based of Arthur's legends, and I kind of really briefly interacted with Arthur's legends in my life. So let's say it's the first time I ever heard how King Arthur's story ended. Let's say it this way. And I was bewildered at how much fucking Zelda is inspired of this shit. Like the sword in stone. The sword in stone, the Lady of the Lake, you know, Zelda and Link, the reincarnations, the evil. I just never thought about it, how much it was inspired by Arthur's legends. And then I was like, oh my god, is Star Wars incest line between Princess Leia and Luke Skywalker is actually inspired by Arthur's legends too? Like, for sure it is, right? For sure. I just never thought how much Arthur's legends impacted all of it. Probably like every story with a chosen one and shit like this is inspired by Arthur's legends. It's so crazy. It's a great piece of media. It's a great like legends to readapt over and over again because they're so like full of themes, and because the themes are old, you can reinterpret them and rewrite them in any way at all. Oh, it's even referenced in Umineko, isn't it? They have like Pendragon guy who's Uther Pendragon, who's the father of Arthur. Oh, they also have it in World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft heavily inspired by this shit. For sure. Is Arthur's stories like reverse King Arthur or something? Now that I think about it. Maybe it is. Sorry. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to tell you about incestuous bullshit in Star Wars and Arthur's legends. Hold on. Fuck. Somebody drank too fast, as always. Sorry. Bleh. I wanted to say something else, but I forgot while coughing. Uh-oh. Hell's Halls. Okay, as you say. 105 hours. A mysterious corpse burning and bleaching out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather. But that mean that the leader of a group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that was Beatrice after all? A second. Oops. Oops, did I close something accidentally? Hope not. Grandfather was used because he was convenient. Okay, did I mute myself accidentally? Hope not. Is music too loud? Should I do it a little bit quieter? Because I have a feeling somebody fucked with my audio settings. No, it's fine. Okay. Maybe they fucked with it on the garniture itself? It's not how it's called. Whatever. Grandfather was used because he was convenient and then was thrown away at the end. Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear grandfather's explanation. Good news, my ears stopped being blocked entirely. This is really nice. I can speak properly now. Just needed 40 minutes of talking before this happens. So, okay, the best way to get out of blocked ears is to just talk it over. That's fine. Okay, I can do it. Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear grandfather's explanation. Now that I had obtained a tool, I thought about immediately taking on the cover to the well, but I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. I thought I could check the condition of Gorasan and Kumasawa-san's corpses. Gorasan and Kumasawa-san as the weirdest one. How? Why? I hit the shutter with a hackett, breaking into it, stuck the bolt cutter into the crack, and scissored around, opening up a hole. Then I came face to face with Goddess and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. As a result, I learned some new facts. First, they did not die by being hanged. Their feet were solidly on the floor, and both of the foreheads showed signs that they had been shot with a gun. Poor characters didn't got any time, just run around like a Looney Tunes cast, and then got shot in the back of the head, and then got strangled or whatever the fuck. So unfortunate, Jesus. When I thought about what a normal noose was like, the ropes seemed considerably on the long side. On top of that, the length was different to match the height of each person. Was they... Are they got tranquilized or something, but then somebody hang them and then somebody shoot them? In other words, the length had been adjusted so that both Kore-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights, as their heads slowed, both of them had some slug below their knees. This means that if they stood upright with these nooses around their necks, there should be some extra length. In other words, these ropes were a bit unsuitable to hang someone with. The direct cause of death was probably the shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those deep red holes, staining their faces a deep red. Then they were hung up by their necks and left on display. That probably makes the most sense. If they were shot with a gun, they would probably have been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't be able to tell they were dead by peeking through the window. The mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they had been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the death of these two known to the rest of us who couldn't get inside, they had to hang them like this so we could tell from the outside. Was this to get back at us for thinking that two of them would surely be safe that they left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goda-san, which should have been ensured his safety, is now. That key was in his trouser pockets. The garden shed key has been kindly left here, and even the dog was still attached. In other words, the guardian storehouse was a locked room after all. And that gave rise to another question. Because this hanging was inexplicable. If they didn't commit suicide, then the nooses were set up by the culprit. it might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but I really can imagine that someone might have tied two ropes to the beam from the outside. And on top of that, they would have had to lift the heavy corpses. There is just no way. In other words, to do all of this, they would have had to go inside. But the key was to Godo-san's pocket, and the shutter was still locked. In other words, the guardian storehouse was a locked room. Godo-san had said that there were only one key to the shutter. But is it possible that there was a copy, and that the culprit was in the possession of it? If they're allowed to theorize that there was actually multiple guardian storehouse keys, and that Godo-san just didn't know about them, then this isn't even close to a locked room. But why is that, despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, these two corpses alone were intentionally hosted up? I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about this. I get a feeling that they wanted you to see it from the window or something, assuming that the mystery corpse in the boiler was a grandfather. The death of 16 people has now been confirmed. Beckoning. Shinomiya Kinza discovered the burned corpses as the burned corpse from the incinerator in the underground boiler room. As there were no signs that he fought to get out of the incinerator, it seemed reasonable to think that he was burned after he was murdered. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, ashes to ashes, fun to fun, the dead to the dead. Karan. Oh, what? Oh, Butler didn't discover his corpse yet. Okay. Lord Toshio, corpse discovered in the Rose Garden storehouse. It is hypothesized that he was shot in the forehead and then stung up by his neck. They themselves put their necks in the nooses. It was an interesting experience to try on occasion. Corpse discovered in the Rose Garden storehouse. It is hypothesized that she was shot in the forehead and then stung by her neck. As long as the locked room could be constructed, anything would have sufficed. Huh, okay. Assuming that the mystery corpse in the boiler room was grandfather's, the deaths of 16 people had now been confirmed. I wonder if it's gonna be like a clue to us later? There were 18 people on this island. That's me and 16 corpses. Gang's corpse was the only one I had been able to confirm yet. According to Guri-san, he was killed while climbing out of the well and fell down into it. So with the well closed up like this, it was impossible to check. I tried shining a flash through the bars down into the darkness into the depth of the well, but it seems that the jet-black darkness had no intention of showing me its innermost depths with an inadequate light. It looked like I have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchets and thing I dragged out of the boiler room and the garden shed, I tried breaking the covers of the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with a hatchet over and over until my head started feeling weird, and eventually gave up on breaking them. It was impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal... Yet there's no way I can slice through the metal bars like Butler with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that story about how Karan-kun cut through the metal bars. She told me that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arms, and he used it to slice through the metal bars like a knife through the butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? And what was a red laser beam? Could it mean he snuck in a burner or something, and used that to burn through the bars? Still, just what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? Yeah, it sounds like technology. It sounds exactly like the kind of laser beams that show up in those robot anime I loved as a kid. Does stuff like this actually exist? And how did Karan-kun get a laser beam? As much as I want to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now at the bottom of the well, beyond its cover. If Karan could manage to slice right through the metal bars. How's Shannon's pose working here? Why is this leg is like this? It's not supposed to be like this. The leg that is farther away from me. What is this? Jesus Christ, some fucking mechas fighting behind my window. Couldn't they shut up, please? It kind of feels like the locked room just now was got a son locked inside the guardian storehouse holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had the power of Kana-kun's, I could do something about this cover myself. Just who is Karan-kun? He couldn't really be a human being capable of using a strange power, right? Oh, Karan-kun is a robot! My favorite trope is when a character turns out to be a robot. Jesus Christ, can they shut up? Even Kirisan told me to believe in witches, and I've also met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Karan-kun possibly be a human on a witch site? Or else a culprit? What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like a culprit just because I can find his corpse? Nah, it's reasonable. Huh? Treating him like a culprit simply because there is no corpse? And who was the one babbling about the suspicious being innocent? Very well, I couldn't bear having you push all the crimes on Kanan-kun, making that into a human culprit theory. I will guarantee it was Rat. Karan is dead. Among the 5 in Kiri's group, he was the first to die. In short, he was the 9th victim. Since there is no corpse, I can't say for sure that Karan-kun is dead. Butler could not discover his corpse. Killing him with magic is all very well, but without the corpse he will inevitably be a suspect, truly anti-fantasy. Which is why I guarantee his death with the red truth, truly anti-mystery. Since there is no corpse, I can say for sure that Kanan-kun is dead. So my whispering red does not reach the piece of you. But did it reach you, right? I mean, it did reach me, baby. At a glance, this appears to be a mass murder committed using something strange that could only be sought as magic. Golden threads that attacked through the keyholes. No, even we had testimony that something gold had flown around the dining hall during the first 6 murders. The 2 might have been the same weapon. Then there was a locked-room murder of the garden shed and a laser beam that cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much more, like a group of goat monsters. The attack of witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping your fingers, the rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. A second? I think there were more, and each and every one of them was ridiculous. I couldn't possibly accept it, and I was forced to suspect that there was some kind of truck or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing, without contradiction in their testimony? It's not only the magic. Maria's mysterious death. Jessica somehow knocking that George Anki has been killed, knowing The mysterious burnt corpse, which you couldn't confirm actually belonged to my piece of shit grandfather, true? And more, and more. Oh, stuff I just don't get. I tilted the bottle and gluggled it down noisily. That's what I do on stream. I didn't have a clue what was going on. After dinner last night, we kids have shooed out of the mansion and told to go back to the guest house. I don't have any running theory here. At all. Because when they cry games are kind of uncharitable about what they present to you as truths or not. They're really uncharitable with information that it's showing you. And the perceptions of characters cannot be trusted at all. After dinner last night, we kids have shooed out of the mansion and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Kirisan and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George aren't evil called out to test or whatever and killed. Kirisan's group managed to escape the dungeon somehow, but all of them were killed in the end. And at the very, very end, when Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I had done nothing except be locked up in a guest house. During that time, a huge incident has occurred and ended before I knew it. What could I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore. Now I'm nothing but a pig. You plan on leaving only me alive? Hurry up and show yourself, and come kill me already. I can't be bothered to look for you anymore. You show me your true form yourself. I won't run and hide, so come at me with arrows or bullets or whatever. I haven't had any sleep since yesterday, and I'm tired as all get out. You wanna kill me? Be my guest. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in the bed. As I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, the portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too, at that very moment. It was exactly midnight. And the sound of a bell, proclaiming that it was midnight, rang out. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say to me? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you? Golden Witch, Beatrice. I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself and fight with me. Then, the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing of top of the big staircase. Is it human Beatrice or Beatrice? So you finally showed yourself. I've been kept bored for an entire day. Yes, I gave you the whole day. Were you able to sufficiently exercise the rights of a human side? Yeah, I was bored, so I had a good go at it. Angie, what a good piece. Don't you speak Angie's name. She appeared through the miracle and sacrificed herself to give you the tenacity for a certain victory. Don't you speak Angie's name. The brutal death was something that you needed. If you hadn't seen the death, you would not have grown serious. Without the wake-up call of your Angie's ill-fated future, the tenacity for victory would not have arisen without you. I told you not to speak Angie's name. In short, she was a necessary sacrifice. Otherwise, the anger great enough to kill me would not have been born within you. The rivalry between us cannot be destroyed. Cursed Lady Valcastel. This was no piece, it would be more fitting to call it trump card. No matter how helpful a piece is, it will never stay from the board. But the trump card, no matter how powerful its effect, is always discarded after it's used. Angie was truly a good trump card for you. Don't you speak Angie's name! As with a burst of rage, Beata finally stopped talking. You know, I have no more time to spend playing around in a place like this. Even our drafts are keeping anxious waiting. I'm going to break through you, take my family, and go back home. I don't have a single second to waste playing witches with you. In this case, I assume you know what must be done. Yeah, I'll beat you down. I'll blast away all witches, magic, illusions, and delusions. Alright, let's do this. I won't even let you trick me again. These games are starting. You ready? I'll tear apart the witch's veil that conceals the outright lie you are. You talk too much. All you have to do is simply say, I will kill you. Yeah. If those words you want, I'll say them for you. This is the first and last wish of yours that I'll lend an ear to. I thank you. I will. I will kill you. Then by all means, let us begin, butler. Come, it is time for the witch's hunt. Try and chase me, try and corner me, try and kill me. I'm expecting a lot from you. Try and show me what your little sister gave you in her last moments. Bring it on. Butterfly burned the world with a white light. And when one's eyes were opened to the brilliant light, the two of them could be seen in the rose garden. Are we going? Dream and Discharger, okay. Who takes the first move? Me. How brave. The rose garden where beautiful rose petals danced. The color of rose petals were red. This was a proof, or simply claim, that the two of them facing each other in a beautiful rose garden was the red and only truth. That must be why the roses are red, for sure, for sure. By the language of flowers, roses are passion, not truth. The flowers of truth are forget-me-not. That flower is blue. Great reasoning. I'd pierced through everything with my blue truth from the very beginning of it all. I'll start from the very first game. Oh, we're doing all of this? Very well, show me your skills. Come. Here I go. I've already proclaimed it, but I say it again. This isn't just for the murder of Dr. Nanjo in the last game. This will tear apart every scene from every game since the beginning. Ushirimiya Kinza is already dead, therefore the true number of people on this island is 17. By adding in a non-person X to that, it becomes 18 people. By supposing that the person X exists, the crime is possible even if all 17 people have alibis. By this, even though the murder of people reached 18, it is still possible for culprit X to exist and carry out the crime even if all of 18 people seem to have alibis. You can break through all of the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it is even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the locker room sealed by the receipt by making the bold assumption that Kinzo weren't here from the beginning. Unless Beata countered this with the red truth, the witch illusion of episode 1 could be completely smashed. I'm glad you also call it episode 1. I don't remember what happened here at this point. The blue truth was valid. Ooh! We have a little spears flying from the sky, that's cute. The vegetable blue truth that Butler had released stopped right through the top of Beata's left foot. Oh, are we piercing Beata? I don't want to. Beata's not evil, she just misunderstood why you're trying to give her more physical pain to go through. Was the red blood that poured out from here her defense in red truth? That's a great Beata expression. Beata shut one of her eyes tight and during the unable... Hicking? Sorry, second? Beata shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain from the wedge of blue truth that denied her. Not bad, but I'm still far from denied, far from killed. That is not close to enough. The following games contain mysteries that cannot be explained with this alone, do they not? Which mysteries? In the final stage of the second game, George, Coda, and Shannon barricaded themselves in Natsuki's room and were killed. I remember this. The key by which they unlocked Natsuki's room was locked up inside the room, and all of the remaining keys that could unlock the door were in the hands of Rosa. Even if culprit X existed, it should be impossible to construct a locked room. The blue wedge piercing Beata shook. She was resisting, fighting to push it out. No, that doesn't shake my blue truth. The culprit X was in possession of a master key that's not even close to the rook room. No, it was impossible for the culprit to obtain one. All the master keys were under Rosa's control. But that's meaningless if Aunt Rosa was an accomplice to the culprit. Aunt Rosa handed the key over to the culprit X by some merit, assisting in a locked room murder. And after that, she revived the key by a similar merit. You'll have to do better than this, Beata. I already put forward theory at the time. So you did. The wedge that had been gradually losing its balance and seemed as though it was about to come out, let's say, for no reason at all. Nope. The wedge that had been gradually losing its balance and seemed as though it was about to come out. Regain its strong blue again, thanks to Butler's additional blue truth, and dug into Beata again, eating into her food. Beata let out a moan of anguish and the pain of it. Not yet. There's still nothing. Not yet. Not yet. Continue on to the third game. The six-link locked rooms, the murder of Auntie Rosa and Maria, the death of Dad and the other in the hole, and the murder of Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki. All of them can be explained if we suppose that Aunt Eva was the culprit. That argument was already won back then. And even that was the final riddle you proposed through Eva. The murder of Dr. Nanji can be explained with the 18th unknown person X, now broken through the entire third game. Can you counter that? Of course! This much is nothing to worry about. In this case, how do you explain George's disappearance from the guest house? I shall add to that truth. George did not go the stairs to the guest house. He flew through the window. Why can you say that he flew through the window in red? He disappeared! In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Eva, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. But if, as the Blue Truth claimed, she had carried Kraus and Natsuki's corpses outside, there was a possibility that George could have secretly gone downstairs during that gap in time and escape. This is such a weak shit, Beatrice. He just went through the window, like, eh? But by adding on the red truth, Beata had disproven that. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he should have had to leave by the window. But all the windows were locked from the inside. So what? Just like you said, he flew out the window, right? Even if he did jump down, you could tell by the grass, and it was raining so hard. Any light traces would have disappeared. I'll repeat the red truth. All window doors leading to the outside were locked from the inside. Furthermore, it is impossible to lock any of those from the outside. You just, club them in somehow. Josh had no technique by which he locked them. He went through the window, and then somebody came out, probably Aunt Eva, and closed the window. I will repeat the brute truth. I said it myself at the time. In this case, everything works out as long as someone locked the window after George Anki escaped through it. Nothing difficult about it, yes, so true? Get fucked, Beatrice, by a locked window. It's not enough to resist. It's not enough. Beata couldn't remove the blue badge that was burned into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by the strong blue. In all games up to the third, there is still nothing that shakes the blue truth. In this case, the only game that can prove that you're a witch is this game, the fourth game. As I have not countered with the red truth, that is indeed the case. I will have to prove the witches with only this game. Very well. Hold nothing back. There is nothing strange about the 6 murdered in the dining hall. The 18th person X went wild with a gun and killed everyone. Regarding the pitfalls, there is every chance that pitfalls were truly hidden here, and it's also possible to explain them with the Curie-san's theory hypothesizing the existence of a poison dart shoot device X which can knock a person out instantly. The murders of George, Anki, Jessica, and those who escaped from a dungeon can also be explained with guns, just like the dining hall. There is nothing strange about it. But I know you. You're going to counterattack, right? Bring it on. Your great sword, which 18th person X, is based on theory that Kinzo was already dead. I knew that you would make this calm. This is why I took Kinzo out of his study. Everyone at the family conference welcomed Kinzo, did they not? All of those present at the family conference acknowledged the existence of Kinzo. Yeah, that's a imposter? But grandfather supposedly been seriously ill, confined to his bed, hovering on the verge of death for ages, right? Even if he was so worn out that he looked like a different person, maybe no one would have paid any notice to this. What about that? It wasn't even blue. I'll come back with you as this. The grandfather was a different person, a body double. A different person whose relative mistook for grandfather. Yeah, that seems real. Then I respond with this. No person would mistake Ushirimi Kinzo by sight. No matter what the disguise, they would not mistake Ushirimi Kinzo by sight. What does it mean? Then how about this? By declaring with the red truth in the second game that the number of master keys was 5, when the first game was number keys was more than 5, you change the premises of later games. In the same way, there is a possibility that Kinzo's life or death status was changed for the fourth game. Therefore, ooh, this is actually great, isn't it, Butler? Therefore, Kinzo's existence in the first game does not serve as a proof that he existed in the previous games. Therefore, even if he supposes that the 6 murders in the dining hall were carried out by grandfather himself, it doesn't create any contradictions. So true, bestie? Then I'll counter with this. Kinzo's life or death status is the same as the start of which 4 games. The setup was no different for the first game alone. Repetition requested. Kinzo was alive at the start of every game. Decline repetition. I will answer, Butler. I will not respond to the truth you desire. Damn it, old man, you're standing in my way. Are you putting yourself on the line to protect Beatrice, you beloved witch? Lol. My goddamn granddad wavered into vision. He's trying to be some kind of knight, blocking the way between me and Beata? Butler, are you capable of suppressing me? Oh, he's fucked. I won't let you reach, I won't let you reach, not to the height of a golden witch. Oh no. Your shallow logic cannot even suppress me alone. Die. Thanks, Grandpa. Ooh. Ooh! He's a dragon now! I love dragons. Kinzo jetpack cape spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon which came at me, trying to swallow me in one mouthful. That's a kinda cool design. As I face the roaring of a black dragon, I claim by breathing and closed my eyes slightly. I'll swallow you up in a single gulp. Begone, you witless, undecorated fool. Shut your trap, you demon dying ghost. So you call me a ghost? Stop hiking, Misanya. You intend to see through it to the end then, this theory that I'm already dead. That will be your undoing. On the first twilight of the first games, the darkness should swallow you up. The black dragon West Mouse, its snout, its fangs, threatening to swallow Butler whole. In an instant, Butler suddenly opened his eyes. Thanks, Beatrice. The third game was a foothold I needed for my counterattack. What? See ya, my old bastard. That is goodbye. I lay out the following theory to demonstrate that I can apply the dead Kinzo hypothesis even to the first game. So be it. Come at me with all you have, my descendant. Here you go. You suck of old bones. My theory is that Kinzo's name is passed on as the title of the Ushiramiya family had. Ushiramiya Kinzo was already dead, and he passed his name to someone else. Oh, it's like Beatrice. Everyone acknowledged it, and therefore all of those present in family conferences acknowledged the existence of Kinzo. There weren't any need to the person to disguise himself as grandfather, because everyone recognized and knew Kinzo. Therefore, they didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight. As long as the presented theory is not disproven, nothing can change the fact that you are dead. Lol, get fucked, Kinzo. This is the final blow. Old geezer, this repetition request is for you. Not one person present has multiple different names. I cannot! Oh. Rest in peace, you old grand bastard. You should thank me, you were finally able to die. This is your requiem. Take in and drop dead. Ushiramiya Kinzo was already dead. Yeah, poor old guy. Whenever he finds your corpse, it's always completely burned. This is the gimmick to present discovery to the fact that time has passed since your death. And you passed your name onto someone else. With this theory, even though you are dead, Kinzo can still appear at the family conference. Kinzo. How's that? That's a checkmate. That's a checkmate. Pretty? Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power would never permit the ghost to recover. Beatrice. Get fucked. Kinzo, thank you for everything. Rest in peace. I will not forget the days I spent with you. Yeah, Butler and Kinzo and Beatrice has some fucked up abusive relationship here going on. This person alone was a shadow of a black dragon as golden flower of petals scattered, which Ushiramiya Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, you fought for the sake of a woman you loved. You love and madness here, without a doubt, the real thing. Butler, no hard feelings. Let the dead sleep. Don't wake them. You're next. And you'll be the last. Yet I still couldn't pull up the blue badge that pierced your foot. Yet I realized that she was on the verge of death. I've gone along with you, whole bunch. I think them more than fulfilled any responsibility to play with you. But it's about time to finish things up. I've got a lonely little sister waiting at home. Me and my family are going home. Then kill me. Then try and kill me. Is the shtick here gonna be that Beatrice is actually a real person? I will not run or hide. At this point, even dodging is beyond my capabilities. Come on, Ushiramiya Butler. You got it. With the 18th person X from the dead Kinzo theory, everything remaining is pierced through. George Anke, Jessica Death, a fourth game, are also explained by culprit X, and the 5 who escaped from the dungeon and were killed as the 2 in the gardening shed, and Maria in the end. All of those can be explained with the 19th person X. There is nothing strange at all. This concludes the explanation of a culprit with humans for all games. Beatrice, there is a checkmate. Beatrice, there is a checkmate. Oh, more spears! I was waiting for it. This is nice graphics. Several blue strakes were driven into Beatrice, who did not dodge, skewering her. Beata grabbed the stakes, trying to pull them out somehow. Oh, you got me. It hurts. Yeah, that's all. Kill me. They'll kill me. If I don't pull this out, I'll die. I don't want pain. I don't want to suffer. With both hands, Beata firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Ooh, blue screen. Naturally, the power of blue truths to deny witches burned her hand. Unable even to hide her tears to the pain, Beata howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might. If I can't pull this out, I'll die. This is the final counterattack. Then, Butler, all my numerous displays of magic, how do you explain those? The very first time they appeared was the second game, when I fixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow on her. At the time, Rosa definitely witnessed that magic. Certainly, Rosa had witnessed gold butterflies gathered and fixed a marshmallow by the miracle of magic. Rosa alone witnessed isn't very credible, right? That's why I increased the number of indices to uppermost limit, which is what this last game was all about. The summoning of my minions, and those brutal magical murders, all of them witnessed by a great many people. That itself proves that my magic exists. How do you explain this, Jeremiah Butler? Stalemate. What? Magic exists because magic exists. I believe the rules of a brown tube trial said that the magic of argument doesn't work. Yes, you're right. No matter who, or how many people, witness magic, that will never be proof of magic existence. Whether all magic you show exists or not, I can't ignore it all and explain things with humans. That's my inviolable right. Am I wrong? At those words, the blue stakes let out even brighter light, repelling my hands away. As I feared, I can't pull them out at all. As Butler is now, even if I cited each individual piece of magic and determined an explanation for each, he would probably use any means available for him to deny all of them. Not just the marshmallow magic that I showed Rosa, but all of my magical miracles. I can no longer even claim to be a witch without entering into debates about how something like a marshmallow was fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I am forced to fight over trivialities like this? Like that. It might be impossible for me. I knew this. This was a game without victory from the very beginning. So it was only natural that the day of my defeat would eventually come. Have I fought Butler up until today just in order to lose to him? I began these games thinking I might be able to win. Even if I wouldn't be able to win easily, I believed that in game repeating endlessly, a miracle would eventually occur. After all, I had the absolute determination to win for certain. But now, I have completely lost the miracle. Shut up, buddy. And absolute certain determination resides in Butler, leaving me, Watashi, with no miracle for certain. Why is Watashi here? No, perhaps I should say no miracles or certainty. No victory, and no conclusions through a draw. The only resolution permitted is defeat. And until it's given to me, all I can do in this game is continue on resisting. That's right. I'm fighting. Only so I can be killed by Butler. I looked into Butler's eyes. It was not me inside them. Reflected in those eyes was the figures of little sister waiting for a turn, and the family had to bring back to her. He no longer sees me, even as an individual. Of course he doesn't. From the very beginning, he has been fighting to deny the individual I am. This last game was so much fun. All it was a little bit of a trick, but for even just a short period of time, it felt like we understood each other. And it was so much fun. That's right. I should have settled right here and then. I should have continued for eternity with Butler totally fooled. But that wouldn't be any good, would it? That just wouldn't be a true victory. Is this checkmate? Beatrice. Round through with several blue stakes, Beata was still in a standing position, screwed to the ground many times over. Unable to fall over because of this, and still looking up into the sky, she was sewn in place. Her tragic form might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning for something, rain began to fall. Amid this rain, Beata was exposed to the elements. Crucified. Ouch, sorry. Is it over, Beata? There is nothing I can say. No way, you're done. You aren't a woman who let things end just like this. Don't be unreasonable. How can you look at me and think this isn't over? Hurry up and deliver the final blow. Just say it, with your blue truth. Therefore, witches do not exist. Just say it. With that single blow, take my last breath away. That's no good. Huh. You ask me to continue subjecting myself to humiliation. It is already settled. Stand up. Our brawl still isn't over. Still, you say. What I see there isn't you losing. You just resigned, decided you had enough. What's wrong with that? Resigning, it still means your victory. You should return to your little sister. Right away. Just abandon me. Right here. Do you think that Butler would Beatrice, if Beatrice asked Butler if would you love me if I was a worm, Butler would like debate her in blue? And she was like, and she was saying in red, if I was a worm, you would find me disgusting or something. And he was like, okay, I'm not smart enough to go through this bit. And he would be like, objection! Objection! It depends if worm has a personality of yours or something. And if you still can argue with me, are you gonna turn back into being a worm? Can you prove that you could actually become a worm? Magic isn't real, so how can you become a worm? This is so dumb. Didn't I tell you? I won't run away. And I won't let you get away either. Who are you? And what in the world was your purpose? If you want to know, why don't you just try your favorite move? What does it matter? Just a fantasy, an illusion. Can you leave it at that? This is no goddamn good at all. I won't let you run away. I'm going to defeat you. Like hell, I'm going to let you escape. Oh my god, the next chapter gonna be like a deep dive into Beatrice's dark and really tragic past. We're gonna go through like really sad Beatrice backstory again. I won't let you run back into the darkness of illusion, leaving you all vague like this. I'm going to break through you. Completely. So, on your feet. Don't act all frail like this. You're still hiding several moves. I can tell. Why won't you just let me escape? Dad, Mom, and Angie. All of my cousins and all of my relatives. And all of the servants. All those times you killed them. All those times you toyed with their lives. I will never forget, and I will never forgive you in humanity. I can still feel Angie's arm on my shoulders. I will not forgive you in humanity. So I won't let you get away like this. It actually wasn't Beatrice who fucked up Angie, but whatever. Butler's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The days when I could earn his passion by appealing frail are now a matter of a distant past. Having been tricked once, Butler would never sympathize with me again. Never mind the wolves and the sheep puzzle. This is like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? What am I supposed to do? What should I do? I guess fighting endlessly just to avoid admitting defeat. It's an endless torture fitting for an endless witch. I guess endlessly harassing Butler to avoid giving him victory is part of being the endless witch as well. It's so sad. Is this really the endless magic? I've had enough of endlessly being made into a witch plaything. I've had enough. No victory, and the conclusion was a draw. In this case, there is only one conclusion that can release me. Since the time I descended to pass of witches, since the day I made the contract with demons, was it not promised strategy would be my ultimate fate? That's wrong! Golden Witch, Beatrice. If you are the ruler of Rikijima, face your end with appropriate majesty. Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Very last moments of the ruler of Rikijima. Biggest life of all. Still pierced by blue stakes, Beato faced with the rainy sky and let out a laugh. Then she slowly raised her face and fixed her eyes on Butler. Fool! I was considering handing you the victory in praise for your good fight. You shall regret your complacency. Victory is not something for you to hand over. It's something I'm gonna snatch from you. And don't pretend you're any different. You shouldn't accept victory being handed to you on a simple platter when I stayed saying like maybe it's alright for witches to exist, and it's exactly why you intentionally fell apart like this in the end last time. That's right, that's one time last game. You showed mercy on me. So now I'm making us even. Stand, my enemy, Golden Witch Beatrice. Idiot. You idiot! Simpleton! Did you think you ever get another chance? Well, it's concluded with nothing. Great. When Beata yelled, the blue skies had been pierced in her chest, blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had been pierced her foot at the very beginning did not disappear. You haven't pulled it out yet. You haven't pulled out the blue truth from the 18th person X. Ooh, she's pissed. I'll respond to one of your repetition requests. As you reasoned, Kinza's already dead at the starting time for all games! Yay! Some evidence, yippee! However, in this case, all I need to do is still quit person out. Thus far, I have been declaring that no more than a human exists on this island. I will lower it one. What? I will lower it by 1 for Kinzo. No more than 17 human exist on this island. That excludes any 18th person. In short, the 18th person X does not exist. That applies to all games. Okay. I goddamn knew it. You still have some crazy stuff up your sleeve after all. This island only had 17 humans on it, but all this time it's been made to look as if there was 18. And now that we're taking one off and brought it down to 17, we're finally reaching the correct number. Now the verge I knocked into you had been removed. We have to start the fight over, back from square one. Great. Gotta love umineko. The blue wedge that had sewn Beata in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing Beata. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There, just as Butler had hoped for, stood the imposing figure of a golden witch who ruled Rokejima. Now come, Butler. Once more, from the beginning. Try to break through everything from the blue truth. I too will no longer play, run or hide. If you prove to be good for nothing, then I shall decide this much right here and now. I will make you forget regretting not settling for victory I handed you. Come, start it from the first game. Right. From the first twilight to the first game. There is nothing strange about the murder of 6 relatives that were found in the garden shed in the beginning. This crime was possible for any of those who didn't have an alibi. Valid. Continue. What about the next rockroom murder with Ivan Hideyoshi? Even a chain was set in this rockroom. I shall add to the red truth. Both deaths were homicides. It is not the case that after construction of the locked room, one of them committed suicide after murdering the other. Furthermore, their murder was carried out with both the victim and the perpetrator in the same room. No matter exists for the perpetrator to commit murder from the outside of the room. Suppose the culprit was a human without an alibi, in other words, a dead. Among the 6 corpses, there was some made unidentifiable because their faces were smashed. Another fucking Toho-san. Can you hear it? Endless Nine sounds like Toho-san and even has a name of a Toho-san. Okay, this like voices wouldn't be used in Toho-san, but you know what I mean. And that some culprit X killed those 2 after pretending to be a victim and hiding away. Then after the locked room murder was constructed, the culprit hid under the bed and waited for all of us to leave. Very well, next. Karan, killed in the boiler room, correct? I shall add to the red truth. All of the survivors had alibis. Let us include the deaths as well. In short, no kind of human or dead person on the island could have killed Karan. If no one could kill him, then he must have been the one to kill. Meaning Karan might have killed himself. Yeah, that's obvious. Repetition requested. Karan did not commit suicide. Karen did not commit suicide. One more. Repetition requested. Kaman-kun's death was a homicide. I decline to repeat. Oh, an accident. The refusal still admits the possibility of a homicide, but you already declared in red that no one could ever killed him. In other words, it wasn't a homicide. It is the same as Link locked room from the third game. Karen-kun died for the reason that neither suicide nor homicide. Though the circumstances are clear, he died from an accident. But the devil's proof, I refuse to explain what kind of blunder could have led to an accident death where a stake was driven into his chest. He fall. He slipped and he fall. Now if you've borrowed the power of the devil, you're without a peer. It is valid. In this case, what about the murders after that in the parlor of Genji, Nanji, and Kumasawa? Naturally, Maria, who was in the same room, did not kill them. Are you sure? And of course, the 3 deaths were homicides. Then explain it was one who carried out the murder being a culprit X who used an unidentifiable corpse to disappear. In the first place, their 3 faces were also pulverized. It's completely possible that one of them was a body double corpse. I guarantee the identities of all identifying corpses. Therefore, there is no body double trick. Then I can explain it with simultaneous murders. Each of the 3 had a gun pointed at one another in a clockwise pattern, and they blew each other's faces off at the same time, so true? After that, Maria collected those guns and hid them. How about that? Ooh, what a ridiculous argument! I like it! Then what about Natsuki in the end? I shall add to the red truth. Natsuki's death was a homicide. There are no corpses of unknown identity, and all of the survivors have alibis. You can explain it with the incident murder trapped by X. Something was done to unearth his gun. You can explain it. Oh yeah, his gun exploded. I remember. You can explain it if it was a trap gun built to send a bullet right into the forehead of anyone who tried to hold up and shoot it. The bullet buried in Natsuki's forehead was not fired from Natsuki's gun. There's a possibility that Natsuki was lured out by the letter of unknown content, and she was called out into the hall. Then she was forced into standing at a specified location at a specified time and murdered by some trap X, which used a gun that had been installed here beforehand. Splendid! Your absurd arguments have been pleasurable for me now. I shall surrender the first game to you out of respect. I am impressed. Just having fun. The instant Beat admitted defeat in the first game, the stakes of blue truth once again pierced your chest, letting out a terrible sound. This much won't stop me. It's not over yet. Come, the second game. Beat just barely poured the stakes that had pierced her chest out, but even though there was no hole left behind, it seemed to be a deeper wound which let out a massive amount of blood. And an intense pain of equal measure tormented her. But Beata grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel any sympathy. Just by her existing here, we will be killed and made to suffer over and over, and Angie will be burdened with a future of isolation. That is correct. Just by me being here and laughing, the eternal hell will continue. I will not give you back your sister. She can spend 1,000 years crying over the family that is never to return. Bastard. No pity, no mercy. Here goes the second game. I'll start with the first crime. While you saw through the locked room murder, there is 6 people killed in a chapel at the time. Someone secretly borrowed Maria's key and secretly returned it to Maria back after the crime was over. From the time Maria received the key to the instant Rosa unleashed the envelope the next day, the key did not pass into anyone's hands. There is still possibility that the door to the chapel has an auto-lock, which is just like Graham's study. In other words, it was unlocked before the crime with a rock or something wedged into it so it could close completely. It just gave the key to Maria. Because the lock was automatic, it's possible to make a theory that a key was needed. No doors with auto-lock exist other than a key to study. The victim locked the doors from the inside. One of the 6 was a culprit, and the person killed the other 5, then pretended to be dead. The 6 were already dead by the time they were discovered. All of their deaths were homicides. All the 6 were pure victims. They did not take part in any mutual murder. There were no simultaneous mutual murders. There existed humans with no alibi at the time, e.g. Kurosawa-san. If we assume that such a person killed the six and was hiding inside, then there are no problems. There are no one hiding in the chapel. Therefore, your killer hiding in the building, locked room Saranya does not fold. What's wrong, Ishilamiya Butler? Is this all? It's not so easy once you get the second game, right? A tremendous exchange of red and blue truths. Why is it piercing Beato? You didn't say anything coherent, Butler. The stakes and wedges of blue truths. Oh no. Oh fuck! My stuff gonna turn off! Please don't turn off, please don't turn off, please don't turn off, please don't turn off. Wait. Oh frick. Do I have memory? Okay, I have 4 gigabytes. It's not enough for sure, Hold on. Why is no music? Umineko? By the way, my save in Umineko yesterday was completely wiped. All the saves were wiped. The game restarted for some reason. God bless. It has the function to just go to whatever episode you want to, which is weird because I remember when I played Higurashi. In Higurashi, you could not just unlock the episode you didn't play. You need to answer the questions, and I was really afraid of questions here because questions were like super specific. And I remember I wouldn't able to do it in the past with Higurashi because questions were super specific. And even though I played the episodes before, I didn't remember this information at all. Oh well. Fuck! Music? No? Configuration, characters. If we go to the title, is it gonna be music here? Did I mute music accidentally? I hope not. Why is it so quiet? Can I get anything with music? What if I go to question mark? Is gonna be music here? We're not gonna read it, I just want music on the background. Did I muted the game? I don't think so. Why is it so quiet? No, game is not muted. Okay, I don't think we should be here. It was a mistake. Where's music? Yeah, it says current track. You can hear it, that's for sure. Where is music? Can you imagine? I was playing like 105 hours and now it's just 18 minutes. Now let's load. Where's music? Yeah, there's supposed to be music here. Oh, did I accidentally turn it off in the game? Oh, I could have done this. Oops. Configuration? I forgot what was I doing before this. Effect BGM volume. No. What? Voice volume. Yeah, I turned it off. Why doesn't it have music? Okay, let's turn off the voices. It doesn't work. It doesn't register sound. What if I reboot the game? Uh-oh. Okay, hopefully it doesn't accidentally capture something else. Oh, by the way, I'm loading some VODs on YouTube right now. Okay, my sound is working. Ooh. Oh, I need to restart model light capture, okay, later. Isn't there supposed to be sound here? Should we wait for... Oh, it's not muted in overall sound, it just doesn't have a sound for some reason. Oops. Sounds? Oh, they should work. I mean, okay, because I did hear sound before. Let's go. Do you want to hear Northern Lion talk? Oh, oh, oh! Yeah, it's supposed to. Where is the sound? Huh. Well, you can hear it, and I can hear it, and it's not problems with configurations, and the game is not muted. BGM volume, effect volume. It's just not here for some reason. It's not problems with capture because I can hear it too. I pressed the wrong shit again. Uh-oh. Okay, let's hear Northern Lion talk for a second, just to make sure that sounds works overall.
It's crazy that in the U.S.
Yeah, thank you, Northern Lion. What, 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 what was he trying to say? Hold on.
You could sell plasma. If that
What? It's crazy that in US you can say plasma, sell plasma. Huh? Can you? Okay, so Opera sounds working. Why umineko sounds doesn't work? It's not muted. It's not muted. It just doesn't. It's not here. I've music box. It's literally has music box. Hell's Hall. At death's door. Beckoning. Voiceless. I'm voiceless because of this shit. Oh, not jolly at all. Not jolly at all. Let's exit again. I don't know what I should do. I don't get it. That's weird. Did it work yesterday? Maybe it didn't work at all yesterday. Maybe I... Should I reset game again? Okay, let's try. Maybe I accidentally fucked up something with game yesterday. No, it just doesn't work. Voiceless. Dead angle. Nope. Happiness of Marionette. Oh, there's a lot of tracks that we didn't open yet. Oh, it's reset version, so maybe they just didn't open all the tracks at the same time. Should I reset the game again? Oh. Full screen, auto, English, render size, video resolution, BGM, max, off, max. Nope. Rumble strength. Text speed. Hold on. Let's put some Christmas music because it's too depressing for me and for you. YouTube. Jingle bells, utakane. Do 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 do. Christmas jazz. Fireplace sounds. Cozy Christmas ambience. Do we want ambience? Are they gonna ban me for using this? Oh, I hope it's not gonna be super loud. It's loading. Yeah, it's going to YouTube gonna ban me for this for sure. Oh well, maybe I just cut off this part. You know what? Sound subtitles, both. Should we reset the game? I really don't want to reload my PC. That's a lot of shit going on in here. Okay, let's try to. Because I don't remember if it had sound yesterday. Maybe it didn't. Maybe my PC being turned off forcefully is just doesn't help the situation. Reset game. Save that, including trophies. Yeah, we already did it once, so. Game window size, custom, display mode, auto, interface, apply. Ew, with this music you really feel like you from fucking Just Chatting category. That's right, Jessica. The truth has been here all along. You just weren't ready to hear it. The one who ate the cookies you left out was your dad. The one who left those presents underneath the Christmas tree was your dad. The one who got you Xbox was your dad. The man you refer as Santa Claus is actually Santa Claus. Oh, the sound in umineko. Ha 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 ha. Oh, now it's loud as fuck. Okay, fuck Christmas ambience. We have uminekos. Oh my god, umineko, stop crying for a second. Did you remember? You just was here. This was current moment. Okay, so for some reason when it fucked up my shut up. When it fucked up my game the first time yesterday, it destroyed kind of like this. Is this loud? My poor my base is freezing for some reason. Jesus Christ. Is this loud? I feel it's too loud. I wanna hic. No hicking. Oh yeah, I did it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, this is great. Now we need to... I'm gonna cough more. Oh, the sounds. Okay, it's too loud for me. It's definitely too loud. We just have both on like a half. That's gonna be enough. I'm so sorry. Start config. Start. We need to unlock episode 5.6. Yeah, it just says, will you remove the lock? Yes, and you don't even answer questions. What type of When They Cry game is this? Yeah, now we need to skip to other part. Is this too loud? I feel like it's too loud. I should turn it down for you, but it's gonna be okay for me. We was in a tea party. Is this too loud? Who knows? Okay, let's aggressively clicking. need to go through this shit again? It's like third time that I see this part. Oh my god. Whoa, rain. So Christmassy. Yeah, I just need 15 minutes to do this. That's fine. 15 minutes to fix this problem. I didn't know this problem was here. Oh, it also fucked up my windows. Again. Ew. I don't like when the text just flows like this. That's nasty. I actually made a lot of umineko tier lists and I wanted to talk about my impressions of the game at like half point at it, but you know, we need to fix this shit first. The shortest introduction in the world? The Witch of the Painting. I fucking hate this branding logo in here. Why would they put it in? Why would they put it here? That's annoying. At least we can hear sounds. Isn't it awesome? Oh, you know what happened to me today? I was waking up. I woke up like an hour ago, by the way. I was waking up and I brew myself some tea. Could you say brew tea? You probably could. And I put 2 tablespoons. Oh, teaspoons. Teaspoons of sugar, not tablespoons, in my tea, as always. And I take a big like glug out of my tea. And it's super sour. It's like so sour, it immediately goes to my head and my head starts hurting. I'm like, holy shit, I just put 1 slice of lemon. It's not supposed to be this sour. Like, I also put a little bit of lemon juice in it, but it shouldn't be this sour. And it I lost the thread of thought. Oh, in the end, it was like some lemon acid that somebody put in a sugar jar. And I put it in my tea thinking it was sugar. Great delivery of a story. Wait, was there sounds yesterday? I feel like it was. I wasn't insane enough to just stream without sound, was I? What is this song? This is like from 2010's anime about teenagers with superpower in like urban space in a school or something. Jesus. Like Charlotte or something like this. This is type of song from here. Or like Chuda Chara or whatever, Sugar Chara. Or I don't know, any other song? Angel Bits? Yeah, that's kind of from here. Or now it's a new song. Yeah. This is like gull sounds are annoying. They also sound kind of boosted for me for some reason. What are we doing? Oh, we're waiting for blue truths to appear and then we can skip eternity. That's not the best Beatrice expression. I don't really like it. Oh, I like the evil one when she looks from behind her like this, you know? Oh! Yeah, we read this. Oh, we need to go through every episode and then she was gonna be like... What? Did I go too far? Yeah. What are you doing? Oh, why is it left me so far behind? The culprit, blah blah blah, even so. To NG. What? Is it spoilers? Was it spoilers? I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to yell, but you know, loud equals funny. It still feels like too loud for me. I'm sorry, I'm taking it a little bit down more. Maybe it's not loud for you. Voice volume, back, next. Type N, auto mode speed, quick, text speed, quick. Rumble strength, I don't know what it means. Weak. Next. Oh, that's it. Back. Sun subtitles. Both. Okay. Yeah, now I think this music is annoying. Okay, just have 20 minutes to do this. 20 minutes to set up the stream today. Hey, isn't it nice? At least I'm on stream and not out of stream, you know? Let's do tier lists. Let's talk about umineko shit that I want to talk about. It's too loud for me. Okay. This music is too intense now. Should we save? Let's save here. Was it actually spoilers for the episode in the logs? Was Beatrice really like, who am I? Oh no. Oh, is all logs displayed because I kind of like skipped to this episode and just opened all of the text at the same time or something? Let me pull out the scene lightning. Umineko. Okay, that's better. Should it became a little bit bigger for a while? Ooh, look at me in my cute dress. Okay, that song is annoying now. Can you stop being over dramatic, guys? I need to talk about your game. Can we go to the title now and just put some music? The most consistent shit in the world. Music box? Music box? Oh, is it only open the songs that I hear in the game? That's annoying. No, it's in a 2010 sound. Okay, let's. Yeah, but that's too sad. That's too sad. Okay, let's just go with deer, whatever the fuck this means. Oh, it doesn't work in the menu. I thought it was gonna work in the menu. It's not a good day. Why is it doing this to me? That's how women became Manhattas. Like. So, great Santa Claus meme. Next. Tier lists. I make a lot of tier lists for different topics. Oh, by the way, they go behind me, which is really cool. First one is... Oh, this one is how much I like a character. So to Beatrice is in top because I really like her. She's my favorite character. She did nothing wrong. I mean, she did, but you know, she probably has a good reasons to do it. I trust her, I believe her, I respect the hustle. You know, Federica is only here because... You dumb fuck. I'm listening to music. Oh, did I put a song on and then left music box again and the song... Yay. That's fine. Egeria of Economy Vows just opened. Is this the song? Yeah, shut up. A lot of characters that you know what? Let's go to the ambient noise. I am fucking insufferable. This is awful. Can you hear like it's a little bit too much? It's a little bit too heavy for a sound. It's a little bit like annoys you in your ear. I hope you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so how okay category and mech category diverge from each other. Okay category is a character that I do like, and mech category is a character that I more just. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Can you shut up? You know what? I can put ambience in the music box. Can I? Huh? Huh? Checkmate. Checkmate, you dumb fuck. Yeah, time to find it? Yeah, just give me my ambience. Oh. It's not here, guys. The ambience is not here. Whatever. You know what? Whatever. Fuck them kids. Oh, new row just for Kinzo and Mascot Thing. Okay, so Kinzo and Mascot Thing are worst characters. I mean, I love Kinzo, and Kinzo's supposed to be in I Respect the Hustle, but I have a gut feeling that he's gonna be like such a huge dick in the end of the story. Like, it can't be. It can't be. So in a game where you so heavily criticize people like Aunt Natsuhi, Aunt Rosa, and Aunt Eva for being like shitty parents, you're not gonna criticize Kinzo for being shitty parent. Like, no way. There is supposed to be much more with him to come. Like, for sure, right? For sure. And I fucking hate Sakutaro, so Sakutaro's here because I fucking hate him. Okay, next. Oh, it's a tier list about how likable or not likable characters supposed to be in a story, in my opinion. So it's not how much I like them personally, it's how much game tries to make them likable. By the way, I put Aunt Natsuhi, Aunt Rosa, and Eva next to a little people who kill other people, which is absolutely normal. Yeah, I should have thought more about it. I just made it. I don't know. Yeah, well, the difference between like bunny girls, Aunt Natsuhi and Rosa, or to like Beatrice and Eva Beatrice, is that Beatrice and Eva Beatrice are like actually malicious, while all these characters are just like tools and weapons, seems to be. Even though they do enjoy killing, I don't think they're supposed to be as dislikable as other people, especially because of a butler's relationship with them. Like, I feel like Butler should be a mediator to a viewer of how we're supposed to view characters in the story, right? So that's why Butler is also the most likable character, because he struggles a lot and we believe in it and sympathize with him a lot. As like with Angie, even though I really dislike Angie. I really dislike Angie. I really dislike Angie. I really dislike Angie. I really dislike Maria. Like, I understand the purpose of those characters, but I just don't like them. You're not gonna make me like them. By the way, I said I like Auntie Rosa. Fuck, it's Auntie Eva. And Eva Beatrice, most normal person in the world. Also, Lamba Delta is here just because of Higurashi sentiment. Okay, whatever. It is what it is. Can you imagine I put Maria in B tier? Can you imagine I put Sakutaro in unlikable? Okay, this is definitely like huge bias. I just don't get it how you can like this character at all. He just oh by the way, holy shit. Hold on. Alt. Look at them. Look at Sakutaro. Oops. Look at Sakutaro and I can make it larger. Look at Sakutaro and Lambda Delta. Aren't they siblings? I noticed it when I did it last night. Aren't they siblings? They look so alike. Like Lambda Delta is just hiding her cat ears under her head. This is most sane, longest intro in the world. Like, look at her. What's up with it? Are they siblings? Is it supposed to be like this? Like, even their hair color is the same. Now, is this connected? I feel like it is. I feel like it should be at least. Okay, last one. Last one is what? Oh! Last one is my prediction about which character going to turn out to be real in the end, and which character is not going to be real at all. Like, it's straight up imaginable. So, straight up not even real, Eva Beatrice, because she's manifestations of whatever the fuck is going on with Eva in the second game, or in the third game, in the third episode. Then, whatever his name, Virgilia not real. They did say that she came from Kumasawa-san, but it's... I don't believe it. Then... Bal? Is her name Bal? No, her name is Gab. I just always confuse it with Bal. Gab not real. Goathead's not real. Kinzo not real. Beatrice is weird. I feel like Beatrice has this like Barbie potential from Barbie movie to become a real girl in the end. Like, Beatrice is like Pinocchio or something. I don't know. Maybe Beatrice is already real? Beatrice is like a ghost who's trying to find comfort in the end of her life or something. It's gonna be some bullshit like this, for sure. So, next row is Gijinkas, which is animification over little items or something. Like the buying girls are Gijinkas made from guns. Sakutaro is obviously a plushie. I don't know about this guy, whatever his name, which I always forgot. What's his name? I don't remember. It's fine. And then Seven Sisters. Only some of them are real, I feel like. Because, you know, those two I actually interacted with people. And all of those were just in Anji's consciousness. Right? So maybe some of them real and some of them not? Is what I'm guessing. Human people is human people. I'm the most sure about like people that we saw in Anji's roots, right? Because for sure they're real. They could not be real. Even though I'm not really sure about the servants. Like, the servants feel least real for me for some reason, because maybe they're literally like Gijinkas and George tries to marry a chair or something. I don't know. The theory that the Chan and Kanan and Goda are like furniture is still not disproved, you know? And guest appearance. I don't think Federica and Lambda Delta are real, but you know, they're not supposed to be. They're here for fun. They're here because they're from other stuff, right? Okay, that's it. This is for tier lists. Beato is my favorite character. My least favorite character is Enji, Maria, and Sakutaro. I like Kinzo, even though he's a bad guy. I like Butler, I like Curie, I like Lambda and Bercastel, I like Shannon, I like Goda. Oh, I really like Goda, actually. I feel like Goda is just a guy who gets into a situation in around... Where's Kumasawa? Yeah, I like Kumasawa more. I don't know why I put her so low. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, we can start reading now. The most sane intro in the world. I should make myself smaller. A second. Let's load. Oh, I'm so white. Am I good? I feel like I'm good. Okay, yeah. Thanks for spoilers. Oh, Kumasawa-san, what traditional battler is this all? It's not so easy once you get to the second game, right? A tremendous exchange... A tremendous exchange of red and blue truths. We did read this before, right? Right? Did we just prove that Kinzo is dead? Already? Or not? The stakes of wages of blue truth that I sent flying darted at Beata one after the other, and one after another Beata cut them down with the red truth. Her red treasured sword knocked them out of the air. But the blood she had lost from the first game was probably awful. This intense exchange was putting her under even greater strain. I could see her breath growing rugged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner the witch. And this time, I'll break through her. I'm not done yet. Yeah, that's no good. That's no goddamn good at all. My twisted logic isn't finished yet. Then what about this? The food they were given had small bombs in it, which exploded from inside their stomach. In other words, the crime was possible without Type X. The details of a bomb that they could swallow without noticing and that could blow open their stomachs is a devil's proof. I refuse to explain. Okay, it's still too loud for me. Why is it so loud? Oh, now it's good. Okay. Beatrice is laughing at us. What the hell is that? Small bombs? But Beato failed to knock down the blue wedge as it flew at her ankle like a curveball. Ooh, your ankle. It let out a loud trunk and gorged itself deeply into her left shoulder. Oh, into shoulder! However, despite being on the receiving end of it, it seemed she couldn't stop laughing at how much of a curveball it was. Yeah, no wonder. Even I'm amazed how screwed up this reasoning is. Yeah, that's how you should play this game. This is nice. That's how it's supposed to go in the first place. Like, Butler should be giving her insane explanations of it all because she gives him, like, insane tasks. This is really fun. To be on the Butler's place is supposed to be, like, super fun. Huh. Laugh as much as you want. Is there a problem with it? None. You wild arguments are my pleasure. My pleasure? And the next lock room with Jessica's cannon? No problem here. If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used the master key. It's not even a locked room. Huh, get fucked, Beato. After that, there was an attack in the servant's room from a mystery person who seemed to be a cannon, and Nanja and Kumasawa were killed, right? Oh, I remember. I had already declared Kanan's death in red before this time. Then who was this Kanan? If Karan-kun's death was declared with the red truth, there is no way he was alive. Therefore, there is a chance there is someone else in disguise that would make a group that was attacked mistake the person for Karan-kun. Yeah, that's the obvious one. They would never mistakenly think of other person as Kanan. How did you prove this? Then, just like the heredity of Kinzo's name, there is a possibility that Kanan's name was inherited by someone. Okay, was Kinzo's name? I kinda get it. What about Kanan? Was it a literal chair? Was Kanan the chair? You could suppose that Kanan-kun was killed, a different person succeeded his name, and this person attacked them. Yeah, but they do say person. Is Kanan the chair, but he's perceived as a person? Okay, this theory goes wild, but you know, it's possible. Can Beata say it red? Requested repetition in red. Karan is not a literal chair. Please? I mean, they call him furniture. It could be that he's a chair. That's the devil's proof. You cannot disprove that Karan is not a chair. It sounded like a watermelon being squashed ran out, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Beatrice's left flank. It looked like she fell at one. Maybe it hit her in a bad spot. And leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Oh, she's literally me. Yeah, I can tell. That must have hurt like a bitch. Once again, you set up some human as a culprit as if it were nothing. You drew like a gabbing on about how things you would never say on the game board in a million years. And that's a nice development, but it is valid. Your verbal assault tickles me. Such pleasure. This is not pain, it's his pleasure. Oh, she is literally me. My battle howled. The wedge that was pierced her was blasted away. But the wound remained and continued tormenting her with intense pain. You ready? I'll keep going. The blue truth given for the final murders is the second game. The tree who died in Aunt Nazi's room should still be valid even with an 18th person X denied. Do you have a counter-argument for this in red? If not, the second game is all mine too. No, nothing. It would be no fun at all to fight over such trivial matters. You may have it. You may have the second game. Rasp. The instant she admitted defeat in the second game, this time 2 blue stakes gouged through Beata's chest. Is she gonna say, who am I? Because in the last game, Butler's gonna put some blue bullshit about her existence as a real person? Ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. Oops, a second. Oops. Now I'm good. It is Tohoson. It does sound like a Tohoson so much. Like the witch's lands were gorged, and her intestines. The witch's face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain. The more water I drink, the thirstier I become. Does it hurt? Hurt? No, it just tickles. Compared to having your entire body torn to bits and turned to a pile of scrap meat like your sister, that is? I'll make you scrap meat too, and then you two siblings can be all mixed together like a ground beef and pork. I would eat it. I would take a bite. I'll beat you to death. I'll tear you to bits the same way. Oh my god, she's so self-destructive. Why would she do this? You know what? I wanna learn how to do haircut as Beata. I just noticed. It's kinda good. Beata does have long hair, right? I saw it somewhere on a fan art. Next! The third game. Oops, it was bad next. Come on! Where's your energy? This is where I knock you down to hell. Naturally, as if I could let this wear me out. Yeah, it is far from over. Come, let us bring the third game, starting with the first 6 linked lock rooms. You penetrated, this locker room at the time, and by all rights it should have been remained this way. But then you went and killed Kinza. At the time, I hypothesized that Grumps was a culprit, and after killing the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he constructed his own locked room in a boiler room, where in the middle of carrying out some kind of scheme, he had an accident which resulted in him burning to death in a boiler. There was an episode in which Nanja was not present in the plot at all, right? It was second one? Isn't second one? Did Nanja inherited Kinzo's title, and was Kinzo or something. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Dun, dun, dun. He constructed his own locked room in a boiler room where, in the middle of carrying out some kind of scheme, he was an accident which resulted in him burning to dust in a boiler. But now I've gone and declared that Grumps was already dead. So I've denied my own theory. The irony. However, there is no problem. There are plenty of people who could have committed the crime besides Grumps. You could have claimed that the adults who were in the middle of family conference at the time were all on it and committed the crime together. A second. Oops. Okay, now I'm fine. All the 5 master's keys were discovered, each in the pocket of one of the servants. The individual's room keys were found inside the envelopes outside the corpses. In short, all keys related to the Link locked rooms were locked inside the Link locked rooms. No key could have been returned from outside the room using a crack in the door or crack in the window or vent or any place of a sort. Then they were killed with poison gas. Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could, right? The murder was carried out from outside the lock room. All of them have fatal wounds that appear to be gunshot wounds. Murdering them from outside the room would have been impossible. I shall say more with Red. When the 5 of them... Ouch, I'm trying. My tongue doesn't work. Oops. When the 5 others than Kinza were killed, the killer has always in the same room as them. Already declared in Red at the time that there was no suicides. After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit constructed a Link rock room. But there was no way for the culprit to return the key for the last room to the inside of a locked room. But they did manage to return it. The first person to discover a corpse just had to pretend to find the key and pull it from the corpse's pocket. Ooh, that's a good theory. She couldn't fully block that Blue Stakes report. Pushed back by Blue Wages and unleashed one after another, Beata finally failed to block one and once again took the severe wound. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Beata's entire body had been slashed and pierced with Blue Wages, stakes, and blades over and over again, and by now her whole body was covered in blood. A second? Yeah. But even so, Beata grieved. Chuckled, as though she was enjoying it. How could a man who promised to come home to Angie with her parents speak of a theory with those parents as a culprit? Fine by me. That's just fine by me, you know? You can be a big, happy family getting their hands dirty with mother's murders and return to Angie stained with blood and will never come off. Is this perfectly fitting for the survivors of the Witch's Island? Just like the Min Smith, Angie... Shut up! I'll kill you! I'll tear you apart! Don't worry about begging for your life. I'll make sure you get the worst kind of death by my very own hands. Yes, you're very capable of it, I'm sure. Oh, that's a good face. Look at this Beata face. This is awesome. Like the wrinkles in your eyebrows. Oh, this is good. This is good expression. I trust you to give me the end, fearing for the witch who was exposed to deaths of cruelty over 1,000 years. Oh, will it hurt? Will it be hard to bear? Or will it just tickle? Is this supposed to torment me? Come on, Ishramiya Butler, there is still mysteries left. Beata had already continued... Beata had already counted my first powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 doesn't overrun the theories that Aunt Eva is a culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game with that theory. Ooh. New composition of stakes. Blood was dripping from all over the body of a golden witch. I was cornering her, at this time, completely without mercy. Oh no, by witch Jesus. This isn't a game played only to determine a winner and a loser. Yeah, we're not playing around here. Even just playing and fighting like this here delays the trip home. In her isolation, Angie will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Angie as fast as I can. You're a mess. Are you at the death's door? This is still far from affecting me. Something like this. It merely tickles. Guess I don't need to show you any mercy. You were never going to in the first place. I'm going all out. I suggest you do. When your roles are reversed, I show you no mercy. So you should do the same given the chance. Otherwise, I'll call in as illicit Angie from a different world. And this time I'll tear off your arms and legs, steal her with a spear and roast her, okay? Honey, why are you doing this to yourself? The self-destructive urge is so severe. Jesus Christ. Shut up! Never again. Not my family. Not my relatives. Not any of the servants. Never again will you make any of them your toys. I've already broken through all of the mysteries in the first game with the Blue Truth. Only one left is the very last one from the first game, from the third game. Only the murder of Dr. Nanja. Have I already been cornered so far? I'm in a precarious state, aren't I? She coughed violently, spitting up blood. Her insides is being punched through so many times, it was only natural. Which means that the mystery of Dr. Nanji's murder is the last line of defense for you being a witch, right? Nanji's murder is the one where Eva Beatrice had alibi, right? And he was killed either by who? By Jessica? But he did so Eva Beatrice. If this is broken, it will mean that all my mysteries have been broken. Oh, and that's a good better expression. Unless I counter one of your truths with some new red truths or present a new mystery, I will die. You don't look like someone who's been backed to an edge of a cliff. You still have some kind of hidden pitch in your sleeve, right? Well, I don't know about that. I have already tired of a life too long after 1,000 years. I've started to think that it might not be so bad to have this life ended by a worthy adversary like you, who I met at the very end of it all. You can do it, I hope. Do it. Come on, kill me. I'm always the one killing, and I've never had the experience of being killed. I've killed the 18 of your hundreds times, but I haven't been killed myself even once. I want to experience it at least once myself. Whoa, this is some shit that I would say. This is literally me being a witch. I also have an identity crisis, so you know. Who am I in the end? It was really, you know, climatic. It was a graceless show of bravado, uncharged from before. But blood dripped from her mouth. Her once beautiful dress was covered with holes. Do you think this dress is beautiful? I feel like design is good, but the dress itself looks kind of meh. And body poured from and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance look very different from her attitude. Perhaps she was still suffering from the shot she'd taken to the flank. The way she was unconsciously clutching its lacked any trace of elegance. But there is no room for compassion. As long as I feel sympathy for the witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the world we live in, even people who see each other as enemies can come to understand each other in a situation changes. But absolute evil does exist. No, she's not absolute evil. There's an evil which brings misfortune by its very existence, and it's to be spread, no compromise. No, she's a victim! Don't say it to her! Just by continuing to exist, it is evil. She's not evil. I do not feel sorry for you. Just like you didn't feel sorry for any of us. Well, of course. All of you are just pieces in the game. It's just unbelievably fun to think about which six to kill in the beginning, how to kill the next two, and whether I can find a much more grotesque way of killing, you see? Come on, Butler. I will reform a little, so forgive me this time too. And then I'll change the methods of killing to something a little better, alright? I'll listen to how you want them to be killed in what order, alright? It's so much fun to invest people's lives. I'm sure you could think of a way to turn Enchi into a pile of scraps meat much more. Come, Butler. Try to expose the truth of Nanja's murder. Murder. The 18th person X was destroyed, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. Sorry, something was in my eye. The end of the third game. It was declared in red that the four survivors at this point in time, Butler, Eva, Jessica, and Nanja, were all unrelated to Nanja's murder. Murder. I feel every time I say murder, it goes worse. It gets worse. And it was also declared that he was murdered directly right before his eyes. All other people had the strongest alibi of having their deaths declared in red. I feel like my mouse doesn't move the way it's supposed to move when you speak English sometimes. Huh? Without using the 18th person X, I have to break through this. Think! Don't stop thinking. His red doesn't only blind me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right, there's still a gap. Yeah, this way I can break through it. Beatrice's legend of a witch is over. True, the others probably were dead. However, the time at which their deaths were declared in red was not the instant Dr. Nanji died. Strictly speaking, it was the fight between me and Eva after Dr. Nanji's corpse was found. In other words, if someone who was alive at the time that Dr. Nanji was killed died before Eva proclaimed that dead, you can see right through the crack. In other words, it's like this. The culprit was among those people who were not confirmed dead prior to Eva's declaration of a death, and that person had managed to skillfully play dead in the beginning and wait for us to leave them alone. They made us think that they had died while their deaths still hadn't been declared in red. When they killed Dr. Nanjo, after that, they died for some reason. Then after that, Eva declared their deaths in red. The theory can explain Dr. Nanjo's murder. How's that, Beatrice? When I forcefully asked this question, there was a terrible sound that comes only be likened to that of a compressor. In a blue stake, as thick as a log, appeared from under the earth and screwed the golden witch, Beata, pulling her up into the air. Ugly tearing sounds ran out one after another, and each time a blue stake of rage appeared and implied Beatrice's body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed here, punctured by more than 10 stakes and wedged all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. No, my witch is Jesus! Was there some anime character that famously died being severed on a stake like this? I feel like there's somebody. but I don't remember who. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who was sneered at the honor of death and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. Isn't she endless witch? She gonna resurrect or something? As Butler heavied with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch at least a little bit of time before she showed any signs of life. It hurts. It hurts. You got what you deserved. No portion of the pain of all those who you murdered. Even as he said this, it seemed Butler had lost a little of his forcefulness at this extremely painful sight. He couldn't help but avert his eyes from a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion, even if she was his enemy. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, the battle... Ooh, the battle! wouldn't end. Butler, I beg you. Huh? Beata let out a sob. It hurts. Thanks for being born. I don't like the song that called this. It really hurts. End it. End it. Even now, I still can't die. It hurts so goddamn much. And I still can't die. What are you asking me to do? End it. Release me from this pain. Beata's expression was a soggy mess of blood and tears. Certainly, Butler had been tricked by her at one point, so he could probably have suspected her expression, and even her tears, of being an act. However, Butler believed those tears. After all, those tears had the red of truth mixed in with them. Yikes. What do I do? What do I have to do to end your pain? I'm going to lay everything bare. It will be my heart. Your heart? Tell me, Beata. Kill me. Just let me die. For those tears of pain and torment, or else, either way, that beautiful expression was painful for Butler to look at, even after burning with such anger. Quickly, go back to Angie. It's not that I could go back. I'll grant your request in order to stop your pain. Then... Butler. Oof. With her last breath, Beata summoned up all her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into a fist. A red light began to gather at those fists. When she lifted her arms as though wishing for something from heaven. I know you can kill me. Everything I am. My heart. Crush it. Pierce it. Okay? Okay, what's interesting is that I saw some dead people in my life, some people on the verge of death in my life, unfortunately, and I never hear a person talk, like, while they being, while they dying. It probably happens really rarely with normal people, right? Because normal people just die from diseases, or die in their sleep, or die. It's probably like really rare for person to be like pierced with a knife and then slowly dying and talking to you. Yeah, I just was thinking how a real person would like deliver those lines. It's kind of fucked up thoughts, but you know how it is. Well, it's sometimes it's not supposed to be accurate. Sometimes you just need to be believable. Sometimes what you believe is truth is actually can really differentiate from how it is in real life, right? I hear it with the sound of guns really often, because guns sound in a really specific way. And if you hear this a lot, you kind of like know how it sounds. But all the guns in like movies and shit, they doesn't actually sound like this in real life, which is nice. Most of the time. Who the fuck? Oh. Sorry. I just noticed something. I'm sorry. Yeah. Guns in movies, in the media, doesn't sound like actual guns. I mean, sometimes they do. Probably, right? Because record the sound of a gun is really easy. But maybe like sounds of tsunami or something. It's a sound that's hard to get, and just making it believable but not realistic is what people do in sound design, in media. Does it make sense? I kind of lost this train of thoughts here. The conclusion is that believable is better than realistic, right? Oh, it could be a video essay, right? Somebody, it's probably his video essay somewhere. Crush it, pierce it, okay? The red lights around both your arms got stronger and stronger. Mm-hmm. Oh, it was connected to me thinking that if I was in this situation, I'd probably like yelling my ass off out of pain. Like people usually yell when they're in pain, right? If you were pierced by like a pillar, wouldn't you yell? Most sane thoughts in the world. Okay, it's too gruesome for me to continue to talk about it. She got that far into the word, and then her face tilted to the side a bit. Her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held up towards the heavens. Isn't it weird how, for example, in FPS games, or like in any shooting games, in games when you need to shoot, a lot of like player experience is how guns feel, and the sound is really important part of it. But do you think? I do think in this game they use more like believable sounds other than realistic. Sounds need to sound good. Sound of a gun shooting and sound of a gun reloading need to sound good and not sound realistic, right? Because sometimes sounds of guns is not fulfilling your expectations. Okay, it's kind of fucked up in the first place that we need two guns to feel realistic and satisfying, you know? For us to enjoy some experience connected to guns? Yeah, that's wild. I'm sorry I'm talking about it in the middle of umineko. Just got me thinking. Hmm. Fuck. I need to play Doom Eternal. that's that's a conclusion to this little segment. Okay. Then before Battle Zars, I'm sorry for destroying the drama of a scene. It is what it is. Before Battle's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke in an uncharacteristically polite tone. Shiramiya Butler, I will not I will now kill you. And right now there is no one other than you on this island. The only one alive on this island is you. Nothing outside this island can interfere. I understood. This was only things. Fuck. This was the only thing left keeping Beatrice a witch, the final mystery. And Beata was holding it out to me, entertaining me to solve your final mystery and kill her. Come on, I'll accept your final mystery. You're all alone on this island. And of course, I am not you. Yet, I am here, now, and I'm about to kill you. Like a soaped up version of a mystery of Dr. Nanji's murder. So? Who am I? Is this? Great song! Is that your final question? Who am I? Then Beatrice slowly approached me and held me, expressionless. Yeah, I get it, Beato. I'll kill you. Don't worry. Slowly, I too held her hand, and then my piece left the game board. Cast Beatrice! Ushiramiya Butler died on the 10th Twilight. Ushiramiya Angie died in 1998. Oh, she died in 1998! Ushiramiya Maria died on the 10th Twilight. Oh, really? Sakutaro, fuck you. Ooh, great song! Ushiramiya Kinza died in the 9th Twilight. Ushiramiya Kraus died in the 7th Twilight. Ushiramiya Natsuhi died in the 1st Twilight. Ushiramiya Jessica died in the 2nd Twilight. Ushiramiya Eva died in the 1st Twilight. I really like this song. I like the delivery of a vocalist. I like her voice. And kind of monotonous delivery. Kind of good. Police outside you. Shanna died in the 1st Twilight. I should probably pay attention, but you know. Died in the 1st Twilight. Kore Toshiro died in the 9th Twilight. Kumasawa Chiyo died in the 9th Twilight. Satan. Belfagor. The song is good. Yo, your voice is so good. G's code. Oh, you can't hear the translation of the sound. Oops. Lambda Delta Bernkastel. Yeah. First game. Alliance of a Golden Witch. Finally we finished it. That's unfair for them to put another fucking chapter outside of a main chapter. Of a main episode. Umineko no Nakokoro ni. Round of a Witch and Reasoning. Phew, first act ended. God bless. Yay, a trophy! Question mark, question mark, question mark? Wait. Right? We did tea party. And now we're doing question mark, question mark, question mark? Unknown fragment number 561098842 blah 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 blah. Scattered over the big bed were cute jelly beans of various colors and chocolate coins. A fork was stuck into the shortcake peeking out of a gift box, and there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on a side table. But the venomous color of the drink poured into a glass matched none of the decanters. Someone was probably been playing around, mixing them together. Sorry, I was showing you with my finger, like, wait a second, but you can see my finger. Oops. The taste aside, it was a lot of fun to do. On top of a fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows stuffed with dreams. Oh, it's them! And this big bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world. Percancel lay face down, and Labradecta lay face up, hugging a pillow and relaxing. This bitch is gay for sure. I like them a lot. This was a real rush, wasn't it? I got really anxious when Beata said she stopped the game. What a rude witch, to start a game of a scale and try to end it by throwing it away. Wasn't Angie a good piece? After Beata ran for it, Angie dragged her back and made her resume the game. It's too bad that she gave Butler a bit too much enthusiasm, though. Because she knew Butler is weak against emotions. No kidding. He looked like he might even go easy on his enemy Beata. Based on the previous game, I was uneasy that he might start to feel compassion for Beata and take the game in an odd direction. And she was a trump card to get Butler back on track if and when he mistook his goal. In truth, I wanted to have her support him a bit more before playing her out. She really did play and discard herself straight away. What a waste for a piece that requires so much preparation. I am so glad I shocked her with the rule about not giving her name. If I hadn't set that up, the brother-sister tag team would have swallowed Beata up and won in a blink of an eye. You really think so? I feel like you guys overestimate Angie's intelligence. And Angie's role in the story. Angie's really dumb. No offense. I thought it was my chance to apply a lot of pressure at once, but you were watching her so closely that I couldn't make the best use of her. Ah, what a waste of peace that was. Well, yeah, what a piece of super OP. I need her out of here, like yesterday. Well, in the end, she did a good job of preventing the game from being suspended, I guess, and that helps me out too. Your actions ended up matching both of your interests, so in that sense, she really was a wonderful piece. She was an innocent kid like Butler, so it was easy to get you to do as I said. An idiot and an impulsive type, one of those who's always best for a piece. Oh, that piece really could have been so much more. And now she's mincemeat. Hey, let's make hamburgers out of that later on. Oh wait, didn't you like gyoza more? I wonder what little sister tastes like. So funny. Is it really alright for you to be so relaxed? Butler got fired up thanks to Angie. He started going after Beata like a madman, and now the game has taken a big turn to my advantage, I'd say. In fact, didn't Butler just solve almost all of the mysteries so far? Huh? Not even close! Almost all of the butler's truth is wrong. Beata's wishy-washy red is full of holes. Anyone with a half a brain could sleep through it easily just by rattling off some random bullshit. That's really tricked me off. If that had been me, I'd have made sure to cut down every one of those things with a rat. Oh, really? I was under the impression that those were all correct answers. Well, of course, I did have my suspicion about the stuff to do with swallowing small bombs. Sorry. After Butler's truths, not all of them were even valid. Piara stated clearly that within the first game, she guaranteed the identities of all identified corpses. That breaks Butler's reasoning about the culprit of Eva/Hideyoshi locked her murder being someone who used a fake corpse. Oh, to be fair, it's so hard for me to remember what was happening here. So I can't even, like, pull my own theories in this, unfortunately. Like, it's so hard to keep a track of all of this. So I'm just going with a flow, and I'm mainly focusing my attention on, like, Beato and who the fuck Beato is and Beato's role in the story. Is music too quiet now? Next, he said that Karen's death in a boiler room was probably an accident, but what kind of accident could end up with him drinking and driving a stake into Hyun's own chest? He slipped out on a banana peel. How dumb is that? I sliced it with a red treasure sword or whatever. Karen did not die in an accident. Was the next one, the murder of three, including Genji in the parallel. The thought that it was a simultaneous murder, they were shot each other in a clockwise pattern at the same time, is laughable. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanji were not killers. The final trap X for Natsuki's murders is really dumb too. The thing that shot Natsuki wasn't a trap, it was a real shooting murder with a gun raised and trigger pulled. My condolences. Stop that. You mustn't say something like this in Red. That kid's trying to make it so that she killed Natsuki by bouncing Natsuki's bullet back at her with magic. Oh, oopsie, you're right, I forgot. Even his build truths for the second game were too naive. The six were murdered in the chapel. The culprit was inside the chapel. That guy tried to explain every little thing with a trap X. What the heck is a trap X? A weird mystery novel cliché? And in an incident where Nanji and Kumasawa were killed in Servant's room, it's ridiculous to say that it's someone inherited Karen's name. The only one who can go by the name of Karen is the person himself. Oh, so the Kinzo-sama is right? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think about this one. This one was true either. No other human can adopt that name. Fuck. I did it again. I'm so sorry. And the theory about borrowing the master's key from Rosa for Natsuki's room is also worthless. After the master key came to Rosa's control, never did any of them leave her hands, except for the time when she lent one to Butler to unlock Natsuki's room. I could go on, but this is enough for a quick look, I guess. A quick look? You just denied Butler's blue truth for a first and second game across the board. My, what a thing. Butler would faint if he heard this. See? Beata wasn't cornered at all. I always thought she was a pretty good actress. I'm sure the plan is to make it look like she got cornered this game, and that sometime next game, swish, she'll slice it in half with a single-edged stroke and make Butler's eyes pop out. And then I'm sure she'll say it was with a huge grin on her face. A witch is never in trouble. Then that whole tragic feeling as though Beata was getting cornered was all an act? Obviously! She really is a great actress! Even though she wasn't cornered at all, it felt like a last episode climax and would put everyone else to shame. She's totally the winner for the best supporting actress this year. Oh, not in my best acting, she's not. Oh, but of course I'm a star! I'm a star! Or it could be you, Bern! In the end, she said things like, kill me, and let out a big riddle. Wasn't that your last stand when Beata to be finished for good if the riddle was solved? No way! You would trick too, Burn? That wasn't even close to a stand. Beata still had some hellishly brutal moves she'll keep hidden. When she stuck out both arms to give the final riddle, did you notice she thought she brought her right arm back down? Now that you mention it. So that's what that meant. Sure is! She had plenty of hidden moves left, and none of the mysteries had been solved. The tension, although she's completely seen through it all, was like tuned in the next time for the final episode. She truly is genius in acting. I can't wait to see her knock Butler down to rock bottom. She really taken to that Norseman strategy from the last game, I think. I bet Butler will sympathize with Beata again and fall for it completely. If women's single tier can trick a man, after all, now that's the value, don't you think? I wonder if Butler will get caught by that move again. I must do my part too and light a fire under Butler to never feel sympathy for her again. Although Angie's mincemeat seemed to have done this pretty well for the time being. A power-up from Angie-flavored hamburger? Of course, I won't be beaten either. I'll be giving Beata my full support so she can make enough of a comeback to compete with Butler. She won't lose, Beata. I mean, I've threatened her with a wonderful penalty if she does. Oh, it's Lambda Delta. Oops. Your penalties are genuinely no joke, so you should go a little easy. I decided what to do in the game. I get to give you a penalty, Burn. Wanna hear? Wanna hear? No. Come on, listen! Okay, here we go. I lock you in the wonderful castle. The castle will be surrounded by pure white walls, 12 kilometers to the side, with a height of 10 meters. No magic, no cheating allowed. That's really not something you can jump over, right? You can stop here. I already know what you're going to say. The place will start getting buried with gems, one every day. And I'll lock you in it until the castle walls are packed with them and you're been buried to death with gems. Isn't it a wonderful romantic penalty? When it roses or something. I'll let you multiply the length of a wall by 5 if you make it the height 1/10 its current height, and you can even shut me in right now. Really? That would make, the penalty would take more than twice as long. You'll be my prisoner for such a long time. I love you, Burn. I really love you. The penalties clung to Bercastel, who Jan looked bored as she stroked Lambda Delta under the chin, although playing with a cat. You're betting on Butler to win, and I'm betting on the two of them getting darts to get forever, draws to forever. Isn't everyone going to bet on Beata's win? It won't be me. Your chances of winning is 0. It must be hard to be told by the witches of miracles that there is 0 chance of a miracle. I wouldn't bet on this either, of course. For certain. It must hurt to be told by the witch of certainty that it's certainly no good as well. And usually for them, they giggle together. I wonder what kind of conclusion this game is gonna have. Now that at least we can predict. That's why it's fun after all. We can't predict. That's why it's fun after all. I won't allow any more escaping or suspending the game. I'll make them continue the game for certain, and I won't let them run away. I can't even imagine how things are going to unfold now, but I do know one way it's certainly not going to end. At the very least, we know it won't end with Beata's victory. I mean, think about it. Neither you nor I are betting on Beata to come out a winner, which means if it looks like Beata is gonna win, she'll be making enemies of both of us great witches. Pretty much. Our powers are most balanced only when things are somewhere between a draw and Butler's advantage. If it dips too much in Beata's favor, both of us will align along the same vector and drag Beata back. So the instant Beata finds herself on top, she'll have both of us enemies to deal with. A common front was burned, so it's fun! Thanks. But I'm taking a Conpei token to bath with you. Oh, but I thought we could take a computer shower together. Will I cover you all over with melted marshmallows? That poor girl. She's a living toy, a doll that you cut so that you could play with me. I'm good at playing with dolls. I really can play with them well, you know? I'm proud of being able to get hundreds of years of playtime out of a single toy without getting tired of it. You're her ally at some times and oppose her at others. Turn with her forever. I feel sorry for her. The kid is our doll now. That's right. That kid is our doll. No end is prepared for you except the ones that you always wish for. So I can say for sure that this can only end with either an eternal drop because of me, or Beata being defeated and destroyed because of you. As far as the game ending with Beata's victory goes. I will proclaim that as a witch of miracles. Then I'll proclaim it as a witch of certainty. Beata certainly cannot win, and there will be absolutely no miracles. Prison strip. What is this name? Ooh. They're mad. Those bitches mad. Wah, 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 wah. Do 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 do. Ooh. Ruby shard for umineko is really good. I was looking at it recently, not yesterday. Yeah. I spilled some water on me, as always. Do we really need to watch it all the time? You sure can skip it? I mean, we're looking at this for a first time already. О, Каус, ты Шемия Батлер. Неточка незваного, Шемия Кинси, неточка незваного, Шемия Краус, неточка незваного, Шемия Нацхи, неточка незваного. I'm sorry. There's a lot of characters we still didn't see, right? I know for sure there's characters who's supposed to be like chess pieces, Gijinkas of chess pieces. There's supposed to be another Bercastel, even though I have no fucking clue what this is gonna be about. Is it gonna be the same Bercastel, but just fucked up? And it's it? Oh, and there's supposed to be another guest appearance, isn't it? Somebody I like personally, but who's not here yet? Ooh, it's all the spoilers that I gain by looking at the reference of the characters for some art for the game or something. You know, I really wanted to make like a Christmas slide asset to put like on a screen for it to change colors and shit and be pretty, but I'm probably gonna do it after Christmas, on the stream after Christmas. By the way, Merry Christmas! I'm not gonna stream probably on 25th or 26th or 27th, and the next time I'm coming back it's 28th. So I'm going to be back after Christmas. So Merry Christmas for you in advance, probably. I'm gonna have Christmas lights after Christmas, unfortunately. Yeah, I wanted to make it today, but it was either me making the asset or me eating breakfast, and I chose breakfast. Merry Christmas! So true. We don't actually celebrate Christmas. We celebrate only New Year. So Christmas is weird. It's weird for me to think that people celebrate it on 25th. And aren't people celebrating Christmas with like their friends and New Year's with their family? Or is it opposite? Are they spending Christmas with their family and then New Year's with their friends? Because here, you're supposed to kind of spend New Year's, because we only celebrate New Year's. You're supposed to spend New Year's with your family, usually. It's how traditional it's supposed to be. Christmas is with friends and family. Yeah, we celebrate New Year's with family and then we just go out with friends. Same goes in the New Year in a way. Ooh. That's interesting. It broke. Uh-oh. A new trophy is available. Oh! Another titles. Oh, it's from... It's from this version that I'm playing, which is some illegal transfer of PS3 version and PC. Can I skip this? Nope. Interesting. Okay. It's probably gonna be short. Japanese advisor. Graphics. Let's take a break while it's going. 5 minutes. I'm gonna be right back. I should have taken a break earlier. That's a good place to break. Okay, be right back. Sorry, should have done it earlier. The weather is awful. It's not Christmassy at all. Not Christmassy at all. It's just dirty. It's just dirty. Where is the snow? Where is the frost? Where is, fun? Oh. Aren't we in global warming? Shouldn't winters be colder? Like, why is this as warm as before? Why is this as warm as a fucking autumn? What are we doing? Oh, we're starting episode 5-8. Good morning. As the story crosses into its second half, oh, that's how you call it, the tales woven by the Golden Witch have been exhausted. All that remains now is to understand them. Perhaps new Game Master can offer a fresh perspective. New Game Masters? What? Okay, finally I'm officially in a Ensis arc. Oh no. Data caching has been performed. Great. And how long it's gonna go? Forever? Ah! It froze. I'm sorry. What does Akashin even means? Okay, I'll go check on something real quick. Oh, it's back. Oh, I hear. Oh, I'm sorry. Umineko no Nakokoro ni Chiro. Nocturne of a Truth and Illusion. We in a completely new shit. Start? I'm afraid to click start. Config. Is config the same? No. I swear to God, if it destroyed my config... Oh no, config is fine. Okay. Start. Oh, it's like a separate shit. Okay. I thought we gonna just go into episodes. Okay. Episode 5, End of a Golden Witch. Good morning. Please enjoy the new game with a new Game Master. What does that mean? I say that, but the game has already reached its climax. Does it? It's not, we barely came out of a first act. The culture has been cornered and merely awaits checkmate. I'm sure there will be something you can spot from this elegant perspective. I'm sorry, it's hard to read this front. The difficulty is fairly easy. What could possibly fool you now? Uh-oh, we're fucked. Okay, we're so fucked. It's gonna go off the rails so quick. I can't wait. Finally, freaking second half of this game. The story is undoubtedly nothing more than a fantasy. It could not possibly have any relation to real person, inclination, places, or events. We take this opportunity to remind players that owning... yeah, I definitely do this. The PC3 and PC version. Yep, I do have this. PC version is so ugly. It's so bad. You idiot! Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill you and see her painted look on your face. What else? Look, look, look. Don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Look, 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 look. It's magic. It's furniture. No matter how much you try and deny me and magic. Look, 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 look. Okay, so this is rec up for some reason. Sorry, butler. It was pretty interesting. Still, I was just trying to do what Master told me, but it really did work very well. I hear, after acting bad-tempered, Tsun and exploring depths... Why is this in a flashback? And exploring the depths of cruelty, if you're properly incompetent and soft, Dara, you can get a massive rise of a goodwill meter thing, right? She did nothing wrong. She just misunderstood. Voiceless. That lonely tone was the sound of a desolate wind blowing by. The color of the glittering flower petals on the rose bushes was that of gold. The group of gold butterflies which had once danced through the golden rose garden like fluttering rose petals could no longer be seen anywhere. The master of a golden land is a golden witch, Beatrice. She could be called inhumane and cruel, arrogant and outrageous, and also naive and simple. That laugh of her, which lost its grace more and more as the longer it continued, could no longer be heard. The golden witch Beatrice sat like a doll, resting in a desk chair adorned as beautifully as the golden rose garden. She wasn't relaxing here. Empty-eyed, never responding to any questions, and yet still not permitted to sleep. Beatrice was sitting here as if she was a doll. Her hair was down. Ooh! And Virgilia was carefully fixing it up with a comb. If Beatrice had been complaining about this and that regarding her hairstyle, then it would have been clear that she was the usual Beata. However, she gave no responses and showed no reactions. So instead, it only looked like Virgilia was combing her golden hair of a large doll. Along them, there was a table. It was a chessboard, along with a mix of black and white pieces in all-out battle. However, something about the setup looked different from a normal chess. It might have been a game similar to chess, but not identical. And on the other side, sitting back in his chair as he contemplated his next move, was a young man. No, perhaps he wasn't thinking of his next move. Ooh, his eyes has a little reflection in it. Every once in a while, he would change the position of the pieces, considering the situation each time he changed it. Maybe he was reconstructing previous games, trying to discover the thought process behind those moves. In the past, Kinzo, the Ushiramiya family had once likened studying chess games to taking a journey through the thoughts of old masters. Ushiramiya Butler was on a journey in search of a golden witch's thought process, which had led her to create these arrangements and make these moves. Butler took a black piece which he had once just moved forward and returned it to its original place, sighing deeply. Butler's pieces were white. However, on his chessboard, the side facing Butler's was black territory. He was stepping through the game from Beata's perspective. Oh, that's a good expression. The more I do it, the less I understand your moves. Even Butler didn't expect that Beata would respond to the statement. No. He was still holding on to the hope that there might be a chance of her responding, and had only made it sound as though he was talking to himself. Whoa! She's so pretty. With long hair? She is. Okay, and now recording is continuing. Oops, I'm so sorry. I forgot to do this before stream because of the problems with umineko. Yeah, now I have 11 gigabytes. That's nice. Beata's eyes reflect nothing, and her mouth told nothing. She's so cute! After begging him to kill her, the golden witch has become a corpse which had given up on living. She wasn't sleeping. She was forbidden to step down from this game, and therefore sleep was not permitted. So she must have heard. However, his words probably hasn't reached her heart. The Golden Witch would no longer sneer at Butler's moves, nor would she praise them or belittle them. Beatrice was no longer anything more than a living doll. Even so, she would glance at him every once in a while. It would be an empty glance, but a glance nonetheless. Also, now they switched places, and now Butler is excited about the game or something, and Beata is with no soul in her eyes. Sometimes she would seem to make some of a gesture or even move her lips. However, her movements would never be able to communicate anything to Butler. What led you to make this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. I don't understand your moves. Beata, Butler couldn't talking to you. Say something. Yeah, now he has sparkle in his eyes. Ew. Why would they do this? Say something, sneaker and goofa, whatever this word means. If you want, I don't even care if you use that shrill laugh of yours. It seemed unbelievable. The shrill laugh of Beatus would never be heard again. However, even if she couldn't answer, his voice was surely reaching her. Butler was talking to her because he believed this. So he said the same thing one more time. Damidane. What led you to make this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. I don't understand your moves. So your thoughts don't make any sense to you? Ujila answered in her disciple steed. Up to this point, she has done her best to avoid speaking for Beata. After all, there was a chance that Beata would respond in some way, and Virgilia didn't want to be the one to take the opportunity away from her. Which meant that Butler was being forced to bear with the silence, until Beata herself answered. What? I'm so stuck on my place. Virgilia could no longer bear to watch him like this, and Butler too wanted to have a conversation with Virgilia, with faith that their words would reach Beata's heart. Yep, I don't have a clue. The more I try standing in Beata's shoes and moving the pieces like this, the less I understand. The successful execution of a serial murder is following an epitaph. He was stepping through the games from the witch side, which with that as a victory condition, but he just couldn't make it fit with Beato's moves. You could see several incomprehensible moves in the record of the past games that clearly conflicted with this victory condition. I don't get it at all. This journey through his thinking processes is just too rugged. Even so, you won't give up, will you? Yeah, I promised. Kill me. Let me die. I'll promise to let you die peacefully, and I'm the only one who can do that. Beata's right ankle was bound with a heavy, cold steel shackle. It wasn't tied to anything, so it didn't restrict her movements. However, it symbolized restriction. It was a visualization of a restriction that prevented her from leaving the game without even victory or loss. And the shackle was probably hurting her. The mercilessly cold steel shackle was tormenting her over and over inside her waking dream. There was never any relief in her empty expression. Her eyelids would sometimes tremble like she was having a bad dream, and every once in a while she would let out a pained gasp. Unless I win, Beata will never be released from the curse that prevents her from resting in peace. Are you not in a hurry? It seems the fifth game has already started. I'm not interested. Why should I take a part in any game without Beata as an opponent? If that's the only alternative, then stepping through the past games on a journey in search of Beata's thought process, it's much better use of my time. Huh. I'll be the next game master. Any objections? You have none, right? I have tons. Beata was abandoned to fight a lost consciousness. Isn't this the loss by default and the game is over for her? I'll admit, a lot happened to Beata, and it feels teensy bit like she's been knocked out right now. But that doesn't mean she's lost the will to fight. That's why I'm acting as her assistant. Get it? Beata was lying down in a desk chair, almost as though she was sleeping. However, she wasn't sleeping, and she wasn't awake either. She was nothing more than a living doll who had given up on victory, asked Butler to perform her last rites, and entrusted everything to him. Of course, no fifth game would ever be prepared if everyone just sat around. So Lambda Delta had succeeded Beata as a game master, and proclaimed that she would prepare the next game. Quit messing around. This game is with me and Beata. I don't know who you are, but I'm not going to just let you carry out without us. No one asked your opinion. So, Bern, do you accept or not? Sure. Go and succeed your position. What the hell? How dare you say that? I don't know who you are, but I'm not gonna let you ignore Beata and me and just carry out by yourselves. Calm down. Of course a different player will choose different moves. You might have a lot of reasons to feel uneasy about the idea, but even so, it could give you some big hints, right? Who cares? And who put you in charge? That's a great expression. Beata game was repeated 4 times, and you still don't understand anything, right? In that case, I think the change in the player might lead to some huge hints. That's none of your business. It's our game. Beata prepared it, and she designed it to me to be her opponent in it. I don't know what hole you two crept out of, but I don't want you to screw things up. In this case, wake Beata up and make her get the next game ready. Can you? Beata won't be getting up for a while, but there is no need for a new game. Just the 4 games she's already laid out was more than enough. Even if there is to be a 5th game, it just needs to be something that Beata lays out and I challenge. You two have absolutely nothing to do with it. Butler couldn't hide his irritation at these 2 witches called Dumbedelta and Bercastel, who had shown up after the game start and who had started to try and continue it on their own. It looked like these witches were on even higher rank than Beata. So high, in fact, that even Beata's master Virgilia couldn't come close. Butler had the feeling that he'd seen these 2 several times before. However, this was the first time he had learned their names and spoken to them directly. You can't get the next game ready without waking Beata. That's why I'm going to prepare it instead. Bleh. I'm sorry. Listen, Butler, we aren't so patient that we're willing to wait forever long for Beata to regain consciousness. Right, Bern? I don't like boredom. It really ticks me off. We really don't care whether you get bored or not. Come on now. Leave everything to perfect Lambda Delta-sama, okay? I'll take over the Game Master. Don't worry, I don't play with too much certain perfection. I'll act all Beata-like and prepare plenty of clues, bounding hints, and fakes to and that makes no sense. I'll make it into the big hint to help you understand Beato's world even more, okay? Letting my violence, voiceless emotions explode, I slammed the table hard. The two witches barely flinched. One grinned. The other looked indifferent, as though nothing had happened. The two of them just stared at me silently, as though they were approaching me. What is this? Not satisfied? Are you saying you'll step down from my fifth game? Isn't that lost by default? Butler won't step down. Of course he will participate in the fifth game. Don't you decide it yourself? I'm not gonna play along with you two. I don't give a shit. Then it really is a loss by default, right? The witch's side wins this game. The humans submit, and we wrap things up, then? If you don't step down, then you lose by default and the game ends. Are you okay with this? If you want to make certain that your lonely sister will always meet with miserable circumstances in endless numbers of words, that option is indeed open to you. Wait. Mercastel was a baddie all along? Then Mercastel mentioned Angie, Butler's expression changed instantly. How dare you talk about Angie so casually? It's because you have me, the Witch of Miracles Mercastel, as your ally, that there exists a possibility of a miracle in which Angie's family might come home to her. Well, if you throw the chance away yourself, guaranteeing that Angie's endless futures will all end in sorrow, that might be pretty interesting for me too. I vaguely understood what she was saying. Until I win in Beato's game, I'll remain trapped in this bizarre world, and if I abandon victory, then most certainly my parents and I will never return to Angie. Who the fuck is Angie again? For Angie's sake, even though I know that the witches are toying with me, I must keep on fighting. Damn. What's wrong? You look unsatisfied. Did you already forget the anger you felt when your sister had turned to mincemeat? This spectacle where she was turned to bits, ripped to pieces by countless Red Hood players. Do you need to look at it directly this time? Mercastel faced the palm of her right hand upwards. As she did, a pale light gathered here, and some kind of blue glowing crystals appeared here. A scene was reflected on its sharp surface. But it wasn't the scene that surrounded them now. If you look deep into a crystal, that fragment, then you would probably learn that it was reflected on here. Why would you show it to him? It had much greater effect on him if he didn't know what actually happened. If you stared at it, then you would surely witness the scene where Angie finally reached her beloved brother after devoting 12 years of her life to that goal, only to have her entire body turned to bits while she was still alive. Damn you! Without thinking, he grabbed at her collar, but as soon as he touched whatever made up her form, it disappeared like foam on the waves. And then, as naturally as though she had been here from the beginning, Mercastel was leaning against a distant wall. Or she's having yeah face. If you sit down from this game, this will become not just a fragment, but a defined reality. I won't be the one to wave the future. You'll do it to yourself. So you decide, alright? Figure out what you want to do with your beloved little sister future. But her fist shook with anger, but even if he swung them down, he wouldn't be able to hit Mercastel. Like a cat or a phantom, this witch wouldn't even let someone pet her if she didn't wish for it. Besides, she's telling the truth. For Angie's sake, I can't step down from this fight. Even if these unpleasant witches hijack the game board. Hijack? It's just like you, Bern. Even the way you frighten people into doing what you want is heartless. That's how it is, Butler. You aren't allowed to step down from the game board. You and Beata are both nothing more than the pieces on this game board who exist to distract us from our boredom. Even your incomprehensible anger and irritation make for a wonderful treat to save our boredom. Well, this level of angry only Nah. Well, this level of angry only makes for a cheap snack. Like those curry-flavored potato wafers that sell at 30 yen for a pair. Okay, guys. I'm glad you're having fun. You damn witches. Fight for Angie's sake, okay? And for Beata's too, right? In a way that was admonishing, or perhaps babying. For Castell smiled, tormenting Butler in a similar way to how something too sweet sometimes gives you a headache. So true. The host of a tea party, Beata, was absent now, and the guest witches were already making themselves at home. What you'll do, Shirmia Butler? Surrender to fate? Just step down. You had enough of being toyed with as a witch's piece, right? Let's stop being one of Burn's pieces. You'll be a throwaway, just like Angie. I'm not giving you the option of stepping down. You've been fighting for the sake of your sister's future. I'm on your side. Until you win, I'll support you so that you can breed the future. For all eternity, until I get bored. Ooh, pretty. Pretty laces on her sleeve. Butler couldn't allow himself to fall for their provocation and cajolery. The switches knew that he got mad easily, and they were trying to take advantage of that. Butler withstood it all, and finally relaxed his clenched wrists. If you want to start this first game of yours, then just do it. Do whatever you want. Oh, I will. Hey, where are you going? Even though Butler has acknowledged the fifth game, he turned his back on them, which surprised Delta a bit. If you're going to be Beata's substitute, then I'm sure that Mikastel, witch over here, can be mine if she wants. Not a bad idea, otherwise it'll turn to a loss by default. What the heck? Are you going to just ignore the episode 5 that you put so much effort into making? Rude! Rude! Butler says he's going to take a break for a while. Until he comes back, I'll be the substitute player. How's this sound, Butler? You do that. What's wrong, Lambda? Oh, fuck, wrong voice. If your opponent is me and not that Phil Butler, you won't play? Of course I will! I am glad I get to play with you, Burn! Come on, let's play! Let's play together in Love Delta Summer Super, Hyper, and Cute, Episode 5! This is the world that Beata created, remember? You aren't going to ruin the atmosphere of the story, are you? Don't worry about that. I'm really good at reading between the lines for that sort of stuff. I'll make sure to use the Beata-she atmosphere and I make it into an even more interesting story. Butler, make sure you come back as soon as you break over, okay? I'd be ashamed to miss this. I'll prepare plenty of bonus hints. I'll get you closer to Beata's secret. Is what it looked like, but it's actually fill in with misdirection and make things more and more confusing. Wait, hey, Butler! Weren't you listening when the witch is talking? She's so annoying. Without answering, Butler disappeared into the darkness. After shrugging and cackling, the witches immediately started playing with the game board they had stolen from Beata. Jesus Christ, guys. So what? Are we gonna be burned for this episode? Or are we gonna be Butler? Can those witches really understand Beata's game? Since they're using the same game board, they cannot do anything that this child cannot do. However, they can do things that she wouldn't do. What do you mean, things she wouldn't do? The materials of a chess exist to play chess with. You cannot use them to play like cards. However, as a throwing the chess piece at your opponent or scribing on a game on a board, doing such things is not impossible. However, that would be blasphemy against the game of chess, so people don't do that. That definitely wouldn't be chess anymore. It looked like Beata's eyes clouded very slightly with sadness. Damn them. This game is between me and Beata. I wouldn't let anyone else profane it. Oh, Renault! I forgot his name before. At the game, gold butterflies gathered and Renault appeared, holding a tea set with a black tea. Would you like some more tea? If you wouldn't mind. Certainly. So, how was this journey of yours in search of malady thoughts been? I'm as clueless as ever, but I'm enjoying it. On a different topic, are you certain about this? Relaxing here, I mean. Are you talking about the game those witches are playing all by themselves? Yeah. Just now, when I went to serve them some tea, the murders of the first twilight has already taken place. It seemed as though the next murder would occur shortly. Then Beato and I were playing. The game would be paused whenever someone left their seat. However, those witches wouldn't pause the game just because I wasn't around. Renaud, did you see their game? Just part of it. How was it? Renaud lifted the pot high with an elegant gesture as he poured the black tea. After he was done, he finally spoke. Expressing his thoughts in a very few words. It did not have love. What do you mean, love? My apologies. This is how it would be put if a woman were to say it. As a man, perhaps one could say it was dishonorable. I understood what those words mean. When I met Virgilia's eyes, she shook her head slightly and stared at the floor. At a glance, I believe it resembles Milady's games greatly, however the foundation is very different. Does it go against the rules of Beato's game? No, it does not. Lambda Delta Sama understands the rules of Milady's game very well indeed. However, Butler stood up. There was no need to make Renov say any more. Butler-kun. Sorry, Renov. I know you went to all the trouble of pouring this for me, but tea isn't what I need. You will go after all? Yeah. We don't need any outsiders in our game. Those guys weren't even here in the beginning. Because I've been loafing about, crazy and crazier witches have been introduced, and now they're hijacked this game between me and Beato. I've got to take it back. I'm supposed to be the one taking care of Beato's game board now. That means I shouldn't just sit around here. Thank you. I wanted to let this child hear those words. I'm sure she'll hear them. Milady is a symbol and able to answer. Is this how she was before? How she was in like... Oh no, it probably wasn't. Beato lay here silently like a doll with dull eyes. The game board that she had created herself has been hijacked by incomprehensible people and was being turned to a mess. Beato was called to me to be her opponent. When this game must be something she created for me. I've got to take it back. Just wait here. I'm going to take it back. Of course Beato didn't respond in any way. That's right. If she can't respond, then I have to protect it in her place. I'll be right back. Will Julia, Renaud? I'm counting on you two to look after this golden sleeping princess. Yeah, leave it to us. See you later, Butler-kun. And please, try to discover some parts of this child in their game without her. If you can, then it will mean that you have fought with her, even in her absence. You're right. Yeah. This is no goddamn good at all. What am I doing? Let's go. And let's take it back. Sorry if I keep you waiting, witches. My break is over. When he faced the jet black heavens and yelled this, the whole world shattered as though it was made out of thin glass. Outstanding visual effects. Then, as though it had been that way since the beginning, it transformed into the smoking room where Butler had fought Beato so many times, and which the two witches had now hijacked. What do you think you're doing? You're only coming back now? It's way too late. Not only has the game reached the second day, it's already at the final. What? You never showed up, so I just adjust things on my own. Yeah, look, you even waited for me in the first place. Burn was way sharper and more thrilling than you were, right? Shut up. I'm the player here. Your substitute witches can just take a step back now. Well, I don't really mind if you join in starting now, but there's probably no need for you anymore. Seriously, after all, we're already at the climax. After this, Bern will probably corner me and win. What the hell? Why not though? Let's let him watch the final moves. Yeah. Come on over, Shremia Butler. It's almost completely over, but there is the cute and elegant game I made. Episode 5. End of the Golden Witch. Annoying title. No offense. Oh, what? Ushirimiya Kinzo is not real? Ushirimiya Kraus? Ushirimiya Natsuhi, Kraus's wife, blah 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 blah. Ushirimiya Jessica, corpse discovered in the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown, but her neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. Are you gonna tell me... Oh, it's first Twilight? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it is first Twilight. Ushirimiya George, corpse discovered in the cousin's room on the upper floor of a guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown, but the neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. Are we getting sharp blade Kijinka? The wound is deep enough that anyone could easily confirm his death with absolute certainty. He has been pierced through his back with a demon stake. Corpse discovered in a guest room on the first floor in the mansion. Its tip reached as far as his lungs. Because he was lying face down in a bed, suicide must be ruled out. Me. A second. A phone call. Yay! I got yelled at! Yuppie! I love living a life. He's been pierced through the back with a demon stake. The tip reached as far as his lungs. Because he was lying face down in the bed, suicide must be ruled out. What? Okay. Okay. Ushirimiya rose a corpse discovered in a cousin's room on the upper floor of a guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown, but her neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. Ushirimiya Maria, corpse discovered in a cousin's room on the upper floor of a guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown, but her neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. Servants' quarters in the first floor of the mansion. Okay, somebody get, like, massacre through the... Oh no, mansion. And all of this is a guest house. Oh! And Hideyoshi was on the first floor of the mansion. Okay. The direct cause of death is unknown, but the neck has been sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound is deep enough that anyone could easily confirm his death with absolute certainty. Which is sad? Is gonna Lambda and Bern gonna be here? Oh no. Ushirimiya Butler, the man designated by Beato as her opponent during Rust 4 games, disgusted how Lambda Delta took over the game master for the 5th game. He is not taking part in it as a player. Serving as the 5th game master in place of Beato, who stepped down from his position in the 4th game. Because of that, the story of the 5th game, while appearing very similar to previous games, is expected to turn out quite differently. Just like we can tell, she has no love for boredom and might be friend or foe to Beato or Bern, depending on the situation. The Witch of Miracles, also known as a witch who knows that miracles doesn't occur, participate in the 5th game as a player opposing Beato. However, from the very beginning, her aim has been to deny the witch illusion. Her only goal to destroy Beato and her world as a way to starve of boredom. Though she doesn't deny the witch solution, she is no ally of butlers. Yeah, now we know it, now we know it. So Golden Witch Beata's piece, who represents the witch's illusion, claims that the entire incident of Kojima was caused by the witch illusion. Love the new term witch illusion. In the first game, she clashes with Bercastel, who denies this, because she is no more than a piece, and the higher plane version of her was withdrawn from being the game master. Oh! She's a fake Beatrice. She's not in a position to know the truth behind the first game. This means she's in a different position than the one she held in previous games. Oh, is this a spoiler? It is, right? All of them has different expressions here. It doesn't have a different expression in the models. They're all the same. Okay. The second day, October 5th, 1986. 1986, 10 months, first day. Ooh. You background. Right now, no human exists on this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people. Whoa, whoa. In this case, it's conclusive, isn't it? Unless the culprit is a witch who commits murders with magic, that is. Is this you? You killed George, killed my husband? Why? Why? I didn't kill anyone. I didn't do. In a panic, and with a voice that really couldn't be called flowing, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, anxiety, Auntie Eva denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. The girl stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Natsuki, and said it one more time. Who? What? Why is she a child? You're the culprit, Ishiramiya Natsuki-san. Who the fuck is this? Oh, it has... Okay, fuck you. It has fucking Danganronpa 2 opening. Okay. Oh. It was her. Can't wait to fucking see a bunch of spoilers in here. Oh my god, it's her. It actually sounds more like Stain's Gate opening. This bitch, okay. Not actually a lot of spoilers here at all. Almost only new Bercastel form or whatever the fuck this is, and that's it. Okay, I'm back. Magic of miracles. It's Natsuki! Please open up! Natsuki yelled as she knocked loudly and repeatedly. Shortly after, there was a heavy clunking sound, and the sound of a door to Kinza's study unlocking could be heard. As the door opened, a heavy, sweet, venomous odor flowed out. Natsuki was always ashamed of how she automatically grimaced at that, even though she thought it's rude to the family head. Kraus was waiting for her inside the study. Natsuki flew into his arms. The father, is he? Calm yourself. Dr. Nanji is examining him now. With an uncertain gait, Natsuki went towards the center of a study, supported by Kraus. Second? There's a dignified bed fitting for the head of the Shiramie family could be seen, along with Nanja, Genji, and Kumasawa. Dr. Nanja! Is father... After slightly sighing deeply, Nanja left the side of a bed. On the bed, Kinzo could be seen lying down, sleeping. He died peacefully. I don't think Kinzo-san had any regrets. Oh, father! Sobbing, Natsuki put her head against the chest of a man who has fallen to a sleep from which he would never awaken. Bye-bye, Kinzo. Madam, please stay strong. Father! It's just too sudden. Natsuki could stop her tears over the death of Kinzo, whom she had loved like a second father. Kumasawa rubbed Natsuki's back, consulting her. Kraus slumped to the late father's favorite chair. By sitting here, he might have been immersing himself in the memories of his departed father. Or perhaps he thought that by sitting here, he might be able to understand just a bit of the madness of Kinzo's later years, which had eluded him to the end of his father's life. Nanji turned his back and looked down over the outside world through the crack of the curtains. It was the same thing he'd done when Kinzo sat in a chair contemplating a chess move. If he was to die anyway, it would have been better if he was sick in a bed for a year or so before dying. I do wish he could have died after a grace period during which the proper arrangement could have been made. It's the only way around. We should be glad that he was in high spirits until the very end. That will have to be my public stance, yeah. Nanji understood this as well. This was the death of Shiramie Kinzo, a man who was rising like a comet and glittered like a supernova in the post-fire world of business. His funerals would probably be on a fantastical scale, and it would also be a ceremony making Kraus's inheritance of a headship. He would have to arrange everything as a host of the event, carry out funeral diplomacy perfectly, and make it clear that the Shiramie family would still hold enormous influence in the political and financial spheres. As Nanji watched Kraus, he was vividly reminded of a time when Kinzo had been suddenly selected as the Shiramie family head, a time in which Kinzo had been lost and confused. Nanji could remember that well, and for that reason he was able to understand Kraus' distress and sympathize with him. With it, Natsuki's sobs eventually subsided. Seeing this, and leaving Kumasawa to care for Natsuki as a fellow woman, Genji returned to Kraus, and he lowered his head slightly as though asking what should be done. Genji-san and I will deal with the formalities. Kraus-san, perhaps you should contact the relatives first. Kraus, with his hand still over his eyes, didn't respond. Perhaps even though he had known this day would come, Kraus really couldn't hide the shock of how suddenly it had reached them. Leave this to Dr. Nanji and me. Kraus-san, I suggest you first speak with Madam. Maybe she heard that, or maybe it was a coincidence. As though responding to Genji's words, Natsuki came over. Her eyes were red from crying so much, but she apparently understood the heavy responsibility that had been imposed to the two of them after being even better than Kraus did. As of now, you are the head of the glorious Shiramie family. Let us show our relatives and the world that you have splendidly succeeded your father. As your wife, I am prepared to serve you until the day your coffin are laid down alongside each other. Trying to escort your husband, who was overcome with shock, Natsuki let him some reassuring words. When Kraus finally lowered his hands that had been covering his face, he looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression and let out a deep, deep sigh. Please, stay strong. There are a great many people who will intend on helping themselves to everything your father had left behind. We must fight to protect father's honor and wealth. That is the first responsibility of the Shirimiya head. I understand. I do understand. Dr. Nanja, Kenji, please take care of the father of the legal and funeral arrangements. Especially you, Genji. I think that you take particular care and see to it that the funeral will be fitting for father. Certainly. And Dr. Nanja, father didn't pass away in hospital, so... Yes. An autopsy might indeed be required depending on circumstances. Is there anything you might be able to do about it? Even though he has passed away, father's body is precious. Any damage to it would not be acceptable. I understand how you feel. However, it is important to follow proper procedure where things like this are concerned. And, I don't really know how to say this. I fear that several of your relatives might be difficult. There was no way to know what those inheritance wheelchairs might try to find fault with. They might squawk that they was something suspicious about the cause of death and use that as a point of contention to start some trouble. Right now, not only it was important to pay Kinza's remains the respect they were due, but there also we need to focus on solidifying the position of the new family head, Kraus. I understand. In this case, please keep it to the absolute minimum. And whatever you do, please take absolute sure that father's dignity remains unharmed. That I can assure you. Please don't worry. In any event, leave Kinza-san to us and stay by Kraus-san's side. Things are only going to get tougher for him. I understand. And you too, dear. Please stay strong. Worst voice? Kraus had still staring lazily at the ceiling with a befolded expression on his face. Natsuki understood the shock and heavy responsibility. She felt that she understood her husband's feelings as well as anyone possibly could. I will contact the relatives. Please rest for the time being. Kraus didn't respond. Natsuki thought that he was being a little bit weak, but just made it all the more important for her to support him right now. Seeing her husband like this actually stirred Natsuki up, and a resolute expression rose to her face. Things are going to get busy. Let's get started with whatever we can do right now. I'm sure my husband wants to have some time alone with father. We should step out for the time being. Uh-oh, here's a culprit. Yes, I think that would be best. After all, I expect this will be the only time we'll have. Being in charge of a funeral is tiring work. There is no time to shed tears. If Kraus were even to be given time to cry for his dead father, this time would have to be now. Everyone agreed with Kumasawa's words. Even then, Kraus continued to lazily gaze up at the ceiling and didn't respond in any way. Natsuki urged the servants to go. I'll go talk to Jessica too. She's a successor to head now. I'll have to impress upon her that she needs to be appropriately aware of it. Wait. As they each started to make their way out of study, Kraus finally spoke. Kraus, Beatrice, Bob, they stopped walking. Yes. Wait. Yes? Didn't she already stop walking, just like her husband had asked? But despite this, he had once again told her to wait. From those slightly weak words, Natsuki understood that he probably stopped her because he wanted her to be by his side. The rest for you, downstairs. I will stay with my husband. Please call on us, on the phone if anything happens. Certainly. I said wait! When Kraus suddenly raised his voice, everyone jumped and turned around. Unable to comprehend what she had done to spark her husband's wrath, Natsuki ran up to him. What's wrong, dear? Have I said something rude? If so, please forgive me. No, that's not it. Wait a second, just give me some time. Yes, I understand. It's important to have time to sort things out inside your heart. We were just going to live quietly to give you the time you need. And I'm telling you to wait before doing this. Listen, just no one move. Not even an inch. If you're tired, then feel free to sit in whatever chair or sofa you want. So just stay quiet and shut up in silence. Don't do anything. Just stay right here. Those unreasonable words felt like a glimpse of how Kinsu used to be. Natsuki couldn't hide a slight surprise at those words, which made it seem as though Kinzo had possessed her husband. Natsuki told the servants to wait for the time being. She ordered them to sit on the sofa at a short distance off, approach her husband, and spoke to him in a small voice. If you order it, I will wait however long you ask. I won't move. So please, try and calm yourself. No, that's not it. That's not it. Was it really his father's blood, or was he actually being possessed? Krau's disorderly style of speech strongly resembled Kinzo's. As she watched this, Kinzo fucking possessing other people, okay. As she watched this, Natsuki felt with even greater certainty that Kraus was indeed Kinzo's son. I didn't believe they could make it interesting for me. They couldn't make this beginning interesting for me, but I'm really invested. And then he was the true successor we had, more suitable than any other person. Oh, baby girl face. Natsuki, over here. Crow stood up and headed towards the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants waiting on the sofa by even a smaller amount. Natsuki realized it must have something secret he wanted to talk about. He thinks Kinzo is dead or something. Kinzo is killed, right? Yes, dear? What is it? Dad dying would be bad. Would be? But he had already passed away. We can't change reality. That's not it. Now is a bad time. What do you mean? I've been putting Dad's fortune up as a collateral. Once the issue of dividing the inheritance comes up, I won't be able to hide it. What? Collateral? Collateral? Collateral, you say? Collateral damage? Collateral, you say? How much? You remember how I helped out Kondo-kun with Melodyland? Didn't I tell you to break ties with this person? You told me you refused him. Why? There is such thing as a man's honor. I couldn't refuse. Crows claimed to hold honor as a virtue. However, Natsuki knew that he most often used this as an excuse after he couldn't bring himself to pass up the deal. Oh, you fool, you fool! That wouldn't be a problem if he had plenty of money on hand. But didn't you borrow quite a lot of money for the plan to turn this island into a resort? Yeah, I did. And there were people here who lent me a hand along the way. If I'm going to repay them, I can't just sit around on my hands. You need money to repay people. You need money to make money. You can't even get started without money. And even the plan for this island would be proceeding smoothly if over there has been a problem with the planning company. I had the cooperation of government officials. I even had the governor's personal guarantees that this would become the newest travel destination in the Tokyo metropolis. The groundwork laid was completely perfect. Random chance and bad timing were against me. Oh, my voice is fucked. It was just a bit of bad luck. Like a traffic accident. There was no accident. It was a fraud. You were tricked. There were never drawn up plans for making this island a resort in the first place. Oh, really? That's not true. Hijikata-kun's vision was simply overflowing and foresight. The way his eyes always focused on the whole world and the future taught me that things I always believed to be mere dreams were only the tip of the iceberg of what is possible. Expand your dreams to the whole world, to the future. You heard him say this, didn't you? Yes, I did. And I think I remember telling you that I thought we returned home. I said that he was suspicious, and he always spoke of dreams and didn't have his feet planted on the ground, and that you must not have any further relation with him. Hajikata-kun was wonderful, pleasant young man. One could have learned a lot from the way he lives. I can respect him despite his youth. I won't have you insulted him. That's what... What are those sounds I'm hearing? And what's what you said about the whole moon tourism thing? You kept saying it was visionary, that it took to the future, that it had aspirations, and what the end result? Eventually, just you yourself admitted that it was utter nonsense. I was sure something was wrong from the moment the strange man showed up claiming to be high-ranking NASA official. The only issue was a foreigner who was an international swindler. Mr. Sozaki and I both victims of the accident. Even now, his vision isn't mistaken. There will definitely come time when space tourism will become a popular indulgence for the world's richest. And the very first enterprise in that area will probably be monopolized by a single private company. Uh-oh, they know, uh-oh. That viewpoint is not mistaken. There is simply a group of international swindlers who are trying to make advantage of the fact that they deceive investors across the world. And I'm trying to tell you that this Tsutsaki man is one of them too. Just how gullible are you? Why do you always just accept these suspicious offers without any doubts? Take that back. Mr. Sorosaki is a man with a brilliant future ahead of him. There is nothing suspicious about him. Because the dreams he speaks of anticipate the future, they sound crazy to people who can look that far ahead. A woman like you can't see into the future. Yes, a woman like me can't see into the future, but I can see present. Right in front of me, I can see a beautiful husband who's never been taken in shy, double-crossing swindlers and still trust them implicitly even after he's been checked. Oh, shut up! You don't understand anything about money or business or economics. Don't try to butt in on the job of the husband. All wife needs to do is housework. You just need to keep quiet. Without another word, Natsuki fell silent, just as Kraus wanted. She was already far beyond anger and sadness, and the emotion that lay out on the other side of those was an almost indifferent pity. Kraus had always been frightened of Kinzo's silence since the days of his youth and had come to subconsciously admire the way his father lived. Without realizing it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man as his own right if he surpassed his father. However, Kinzo had been a mad genius, the likes of which had never before been seen in the Ushirimiya family long history. His talent was a gift from heaven, and it definitely wasn't generic, much less something that could be learned. Natsuki instructed the servant not to tell anyone about Kinzo's death, and dismissed everyone for the time being and gives the two of them a chance to talk alone. Then she invited Kraus to her bedroom and made him tell her everything about their current financial situation. They were things that Natsuki hadn't been told about under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. Natsuki had herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that it wasn't a wife's place to intrude on such matter. Yeah, Natsuki is based. However, this might also have meant that she had been remiss in her duty as a wife to protect her family. The depths of this scene had been made quite clear to Natsuki. Kraus was probably tired of trying to defend himself. Perhaps because he had gotten a headache, he hid his face and sunk into silence. Natsuki noticed that the water in the electric kettle was boiling and stood up to refill her cup with a black tea. And when she touched the cup of a black tea, she noticed for the first time. The sound of a cup and saucer clanking together told her that her fingers were shaking. Kraus had built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various projects and to cover the losses when they failed. Of course, he had put the mansion and property up to collateral. However, doing such a thing above board would be resulted in a mortgage, right? Fucking hate living life.
Mortgage.
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 Mortgage. Why is he like this? Ooh, ew. No wonder he was British. Sorry. Mortgage? Being I have no idea what mortgage actually is. Being registered. I probably know what it is, but I didn't know what how it translates into the thing, into my language or something like this. In other words, there would have been a record that Kraus put Kinzo's wells up as a collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's permission. Kraus couldn't afford for Kinzo, Eva, and others to learn such a thing. Therefore, he had been pulling those assets up as a collateral using the worst possible methods. You fool! I sign over the deeds and power of attorney. And? What does that mean? What Kraus was saying probably meant that he had, in essence, signed away the rights to their assets. If those assets had been used as a collateral for a loan, then Kraus would have had some option under the law. He would have had to deal with a bank which with absolutely no compassion, but they would have been able to work something out within the rules set by society. However, signing away the deed and the power of attorney was a whole different story. In short, even the mansion they were living in was at risk. If the person holding the deed were to decide to ignore his agreement with Kraus and sell the mansion to a third party right this moment, they would have to resource whatsoever. Far from using their house as collateral for a loan, this was basically the same as selling it to borrow money. Oh, is mortgage is like rights for a property? Why didn't I just fucking Google it while I was in a fucking opera? Oh, no, it's like credit for house? Loan from a bank or other financial institution that helps a borrower purchase a house. Okay. Okay, now I get it. The moneylenders have the power to make or break their Shermia family as they please. In other words, the moneylenders have the power to make or break their Shermia family as they please. If they were to suddenly sell our house on some side whim, we'd have to pack our bags and leave right now, wouldn't we? This is technically true. However, of all those people I have agreement with are very reputable. They aren't loan sharks. The transaction based on trust between economical literary men. He's making his himbo face. I'm not trusting anything that he says. I trust them, and they in turn trust that by lending me money, I will achieve great success in business and give them massive return for their investment. I sign over the power of attorney as a sign of a good faith so that they wouldn't have to doubt in certain success of my enterprises. What happened if I had stayed now? Wouldn't that mean that I have no choice but my own ventures? If your ventures had been successful, we wouldn't be in debt now, would we? That you only barely stop yourself from saying it. Father is dead. What happens next? Your death will be exposed to the light of a day, and your siblings will hold you responsible? That won't be all. It will probably lead to criminal charges. Criminal charges? Why is that? It's better if you don't know. The point is, we can't allow anyone to find out about this. Oh, your face is so sad. Kraus looked at the floor shamefully, shaking his head over and over. If it would come to criminal charges, then he must have had broken some laws. He was probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that he hadn't paid any heed to appearances. Kraus is fucked. Jesus Christ. Kraus had seriously believed that his many project would definitely succeed and return huge profits. So he had figured that even if he broke a few laws, he would be able to pay everything back before too long and pretend that the whole thing had never happened. That might have been lessened his resistance towards breaking a couple laws. And now Kinzo's death, the worst possible thing had occurred as soon as he wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden. What will happen to us? There is no need to worry, you may not believe, but conditions are most certainly on the rise now. The value of the city real estate I invested in rising rapidly. I have a project in progress and you consolidate those construct a massive business tower. This is the most regrettable, reliable of all of my investments so far, and it's proving to be the most successful. However, it will take a little more time for it to bear fruit. It's absolutely certain to do, but it will not happen immediately. Will the success of this venture be enough to pay back our debts? Of course it will. I'll be able to write all of our debts if I'll accumulate it so far. So believe me, I only need a little bit more time. But Fuzzy had already passed away. We don't have this kind of time anymore. I know that. That's why I have to obtain money from somewhere and pay off the debts right now. I need money. That's what it comes down to. Money. A lot of it. Right now. Ah. Kraus roared and clutched his head, writhing about as if in pain. As Natsuki watched, several conflicting emotions swirled around about in her chest. She felt pity for her husband, but at the same time, she felt he was a fool. And she also felt a mixture of anger and regret towards her own responsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. It should have been clear for him well before today that they were in a very crucial situation, and yet he had irresponsibly waiting for this moment to come and was now writhing about. Her husband was so foolish and pitiful. It was easy to feel frustrated with him. However, she was his wife. For a wife to ridicule her husband as a fool would run in a conflict with her responsibilities. If he was a fool, then she would have to support him and compensate. To compensate. However, she didn't have a clue what she was meant to do about this. If there was a massive amount of money, like that within easy reach, there was no way that Kraus would have had already laid his hand on it. It would also be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on everything, but that would run in a conflict with her responsibilities. She was Shiramiya Natsuhi, the woman who had become Kraus's wife and swore to support him, the new head of the Shiramiya family, for as long as she lived. She has to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. She understood it logically, but she couldn't suppress the indescribable feeling of dejection that seemed to rise up from the dark depths of her heart. That's right. That's hidden gold. 10 tons of gold is worth 20 billion yen. If I had that... That's right. Hold on, I need to check fucking the sounds that I must keep hearing over and over again. A second. Okay, it's just rain. It's just rain. I'm just hearing rain. For some reason, I'm not hearing it from the window in my room, and in other room, it's really loud. Okay. Natsuhi, that's it. The witch's epitaph. Let's solve that. Let's solve it together. If we can just find the gold, everything will work itself out. That's right. It must be hidden somewhere on the island. If we had that. You're hurting me. Dear. Please stop this. Kraus, acting as excited as if he thought of a perfect, brilliant plan, grasped Natsuhi's upper arm tightly. Natsuhi couldn't help him but be dumbfounded. It wasn't just because she'd heard something as fake-sounding as the hidden gold brought up. Kraus usually disparaged the story of the hidden gold. Sorry, saying that it didn't exist and it was all fiction that his father had created to borrow a lot of money. Natsuhi is doubtfully taken aback because of this. I know, let's have Jessica help us too. Maybe something can only be solved with the sense of a child. This is a family crisis. All of us have to stick together. Yes, it's just a fanciful little puzzle that Dad created. We should be able to solve it. There is no way we can solve it. It's the only way. Oh, Natsuhi, this is wonderful. We still have an option left, right here, next to us. The gold is on this island. If we had it, everything would be resolved. Natsuhi, call Jessica right here, right away. Let's overcome this family crisis as a family. Yeah, right now. The gold is on this island. It's right beside us. Natsuki knocked Krau's aside, unable to withstand the pain in his arm he was twisting in his excitement. Kraus tripped over the edge of a bed and flopped pathetically onto the floor. Please get a hold of yourself! And please calm down! Do you really think that the Ushirimiya family crisis could be solved by saying something as dreamlike as that? But doesn't Kraus has golden thingies? The golden ingots. Natsuki. Please, cool your head off and think of a realistic plan to gather money. I'm going to go cool my head off as well. Wait, Natsuki. Baby falling over and knocking the sands back to him. Kraus tried to tell Natsuki to stop, but she just kept walking. Closing the door forcefully, Natsuki dashed away. Natsuki ran through the corridor. She didn't want anyone to see her like this, but she ran headlong into Genji. My dearest apologies. Madam, have you been injured? I'm alright. Leave me alone. Certainly. Oh, Genji. What's the state of the study? It's just as you left it. Dr. Nanji is in the parlor. I see. Do you have the key to the study? Yes, right here. Give it to me. Let me have some time alone with father. If my husband asks where I am, tell him you don't know. Certainly. After grabbing the key to the study that Genji was holding out to her, Natsuki rushed up the stairs. Me. She flew into the study, and finally she cried out loud. Father, please forgive our foolishness. My husband and I aren't capable of inheriting all that you created. Please. Forgive us for our foolishness and our crimes. And if you can forgive us, please guide the way for us fools. Clenching to Kinzo as he slept in the bed, Natsuki cried even harder. She kept imagining Kinzo sitting up suddenly and patting her head. No, father isn't the type of person to pamper. More likely, he'd yell at me to stop being so noisy. However, neither of these imaginations would come true, because it was an undeniable fact that Kinzo had entered the eternal sleep. But even so, Natsuki begged the sleeping Kinzo to forgive and help him. It had only been a few hours since his passing. Perhaps his soul was still here, listening to her. Believing this, Natsuki begged for Kinzo's forgiveness and helped even more earnestly. Noisy woman. Don't I always say that I value silence? Huh? That voice made Natsuki jump up in surprise. Jesus Christ? Oh no, it's gross. Huh? Oh, he's gonna open his eyes? When she faced the direction the voice came from, she saw Kinzo sitting in study desk, folding up his reading glasses. Okay, they all crazy. Okay, the schizophrenia is just goes down to the Ushiramiya line. That's why all of them seen things. And, you know, a lot of people go along with it because Ushiramiya family is rich. Okay, yeah, that's my running theory. I'm totally sure that folding up his reading glasses. Did you get in the oh, fuck! Natsuki is not from Ushiramiya family. Maybe, you know, there's some flower that grows in Ushiramiya land that makes you fucking crazy or something. I don't know. Did you get in a fight with Kraus again? Neglecting his wife, that Kraus only inherited by bad traits. Father! What a wretched-looking face. Wash it. Aren't you the wife of a successor to the Ushiramiya family? You mustn't let the servants see you wear such a shameful expression. Yes, father. My apologies. Natsuki understood. This was just an illusion, one that Natsuki had created from her... Okay, at least she acknowledged it. Created from her... this... desire to speak with Kinzo and her memories of the man as he once was. Jesus Christ, it's so easy for them to create those stupas, like... No, it was not it. She believed that just from now, Kinzo's soul has shown itself to her. She was sure that doubting this would cause it to vanish in an instant. It seemed that the family crisis had arisen the very instant the hardship was passed on. Yes, father. I wasn't able to support my husband. I'm very sorry. The Shiremiya family is so very cursed. It was a terrible state when I succeeded the hardship too. The hardships you two are suffering are trivial in comparison. Oh, typical shit that Grandpa would say. Yeah, you suffers, of course, but I went through the war. You didn't suffer nearly as much as I suffered. Classic. Kinza's success to the family hardship came suddenly. At the time, he was nothing more than a young man from one of the branch families, far separated from the Shiremiya main family. The main family might have had honor and tradition, but that was of no relevance at all to Kinzo, and he couldn't have cared less. Then the principal members of a main family were wiped out in a greater counter-earthquake, along with their business. On top of that, there was a complicated antagonism between the members of a family at the time, and the elders were all trying to impose their own will on the others in synchronyship. Because of this, they weren't able to elect a leader to rebuild their Shiremiya family. Me. They found common ground by selecting Kinzo, a youth with absolutely no ties to any of the opposing elders to be ahead. So the elders hadn't really entrusted Kinzo with the rebuilding to the Shiremiya family. Kinzo had been nothing more. Okay, a second, need to sneeze. Kinzo had been nothing more than their puppet, with his arms and legs being pulled in opposite directions. Yes, I know a lot about your day's suffering, father. And then the war started. Ah! I told you! Typical. I always tired of life at this point. I hoped to die on the battlefield, but I wasn't sent to the front lines. Typical! This is also what my grandpa said. Ever the state of the war grew worse with every day, and the time for the decisive battle on the Japanese mainland seemed to grow even closer. That's not something that my grandpa said. As bad as it might sound, I hoped that day would come quickly. It was said that as Kinzo listened to Death's approaching footsteps day in and day out, he started cutting the ties with his world one by one. And then, on the day when he had freed himself from all his attachments to life and reached a state of enlightenment, he had a mystical experience. And he met her, the Golden Witch, Beatrice. I made a contract with the witch and was given gold and the power of madness. On that day, the old me died, and the new me preceding the insane power of magic was born. I know. And after the war, you used your ingenious cunning to revive the Shiremiya family. The now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time were whispering to each other that Kinzo must have taken a knock on the head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. That was how much Kinzo stood out after the war. Whether the story about Kinzo meeting a witch was true or not, there could be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death and left him reach a state of enlightenment. Huh! Interesting! That you might surely have felt that if Kinzo had decided to describe that resulting mystical experience as a meeting with a witch, that wasn't something she could flatly dispute. That's right. You returned from the war, conquered the witch Beatrice, and became the head of the Shiremiya family in the true sense. Correct. Before I met Beatrice, I was nothing more than a puppet, and only head in name. I only became the head of a conquering the Golden Witch. You should not talk about women like this. Father, will this Golden Witch aid my husband Kraus now that he's the new head? Oh, she will, assuming that he truly succeeded the headship. What do you mean by truly succeeded? I mean in depth on whatever he bears the responsibility and pride of the Shiremiya family had in a true sense. Natsuki, you should understand this. The headship is not inherited by blood. It's inherited through spirit and conviction. Even though Kraus is my eldest son, he cannot be called the true head if he does not possess these things. So Butler's gonna be the head? And even someone other than Kraus would make a splendid new head so long as the spirit dwells in his heart. The golden witch Beatrice will lend your power to the true head. Isn't this right, Beatrice? She's here. When Kinzo called the witch's name, gold butterflies settled out of every corner of the room. The fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. It was like standing in the midst of a blizzard of golden flower petals, being blown down about a rose garden of gold. As Natsuki stared at this scene in shock, the golden butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. Then the witches of a portrait appeared. Indeed, I am the Shinomiya family alchemist, the golden witch Beatrice. I am free to run rampant. I do not listen to anyone's orders. There is only one person in the world who can control her, me. That is why I'm qualified to be the Shinomiya family head. This is not good. So that pride of yours is what qualifies to be the head? Pride implies self-confidence and bravery, and in this embodiment of the unstable desire to gain the power too much. That is why I control you. It is quite pleasant to watch men who speak of pride as they turn their desire into reality. The requirement of action is nothing more than an excuse used by the extremely lucky. A true monarch also speaks of what he does and have, and he makes sure to turn that arrogance or pride into reality. If one is to control me, they must possess that monarch's pride. Do you understand, Natsuki? A true monarch fears no hardship. They decide that they will overcome anything without fail, even if they haven't yet figured out how. This gives hope to the weak people. They gather, revere the monarch, and swear to assist him. That is for power gained and his words to carry it out. Engrave that into your heart. Yes, father! Natsuki understood. Through this mystical experience, Kinzo was teaching her the attitude required to overcome hardship, even after his own death. Feeling a warm sensation rise up in her chest, she let the valuable words Kinzo had given her echo through her mind over and over. A true monarch, in other words, the true head of the Shinomiya family, was not to fear hardship. They had to believe that they could overcome any hardship. If they could not believe themselves capable, then there was no reason why they wouldn't be. Natsuki suddenly felt very ashamed of the way she had come into this room, sobbing and asking Kinzo what to do. I was foolish. Of course there is no time for crying, but the Shinomiya family crisis is upon us, and now that we have inherited the Shinomiya family from you, father, we must protect its honor no matter what. Even though you can't even draw a blueprint of how you repay Kraus's debts? As Beatrice laughed unpleasantly, no, that wasn't this. She was teasing Natsuki to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsuki didn't hesitate anymore. She answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes. Yes, at this moment I have not yet discovered the method that we should pursue. However, my husband is a new head of the Shinomiya family, and I am his supporting wife. So in my husband's place, I will proclaim it. Let's hear it. Shinomiya Kraus and Natsuki will definitely overcome these trials and protect the honor of the Shinomiya family. You have nothing to worry about, father. Father? You don't know the scope of Kraus's debt as well as the disastrous state things are in. Yes, the things could hardly be worse. We could be ordered to leave this mansion tomorrow and we wouldn't be able to refuse. Once the distribution of the inheritance comes up, his relatives might even file a criminal complaint against us. However, there is no need to worry. We will repay all of the debts before then and restore our honor. Oh, my voice is fucked. I can't believe Fake Beato is here. Jesus. That's kinda dark. As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude, Natsuyu proclaimed that this clearly was Shiremiya Kinzo and Beatrice as witnesses. For a while, they remained silent, as though waiting Natsuyo's resolve. Then Kinzo chuckled and turned away. How vexing. Why couldn't this person have been my son? The very fact that women with such a disposition married your son is another side of your great luck. Beatrice, this is my final order. As you are no longer the head, I'm not obligated to obey your orders. In that case, obey the orders of the new Shiremiya family head. You are no longer the head, and Kraus is not yet the head. Whom are you suggesting to reserve? I will leave that to you. It's up to you to decide who's qualified to succeed the Shiremiya family head, and who is willing to bear the mask of a one-winged eagle. You will be the witness. Me. I refuse. I won't listen to the orders of a man who isn't the head. No, this is different. This is a will, the last order that the head left behind for you. And it seems I have to obey. What a good friend I am. I think not. You're only doing this because it caught your interest. I can't hide anything from you, can I? Natsuhi. Yes, father? Go and overcome your hardship. Yes! To Natsuhi, that might have been nothing more than a simple response, but to Kinzo and Beatrice, it seemed to carry much greater significance. Beatrice nodded deeply, and with emotion as elegant as her dress, she bowed deeply before Natsuhi. The Shiremiya family alchemist, the golden witch Beatrice, right here. I will give you my aid so that the Shiremiya family can overcome crisis once again. Thank you. I will need your power. We will most certainly overcome these trials. I will not hold back on my support for your cause, but there is something I must warn you about beforehand. I understand that your your troubles now could be solved if I were to bestow a vast quantity of gold again, like I did when I saved Kinzo from the crisis. However, this is something I cannot do. I see. Sorry, Natsuhi. The contract for Beatrice's gold stated that it cannot be inherited. It was agreed that it could only be passed on to another if the person solved the witch's epitaph. The gold is sealed away by the epitaph. As long as it is not solved, I cannot give the magic of gold. I understand. Then I shall search for another method by which we can save ourselves from this crisis. My husband said that this plan would take time, but he also said that it would definitely be sufficient to repay our debts. If we can buy enough time for that to happen, we'll be able to overcome this trial. Good, Natsuhi. Continue. But Kinzo is already dead. The doctor and servants are preparing his funeral, and you will be contacting the family members about it. The window of opportunity for you to raise money will be chosen by your own hand. How charming is a guillotine when you lower the blade yourself! Natsuhi gasped and looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything here, but even so, Natsuhi had found something. So, the magical power was descended. Natsuhi, have you made up your mind? What magic of miracles do you desire from me? All of those who had witnessed Kinzo's corpse were once again gathered in a study. Kraus was still very unsettled and clutching at his head. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanji and Kumasawa wore bewildered expression on their faces. But in stark contrast to them all, Natsuhi's expression was resolute. Dear, let me ask you one more time. Your plan for raising money is absolutely certain? Yes. Give it a year. No, just half a year, and it will certainly bear fruit. But it's just impossible to hope for anything right this second. I wanna sneeze. Then we will wait. But you said yourself, Dad is already dead. Oh. Okay, hold on. I wanna sneeze, but I can't. I'm probably gonna sneeze like an hour after I said I wanna sneeze, as usual it happens in the Minoko streams for some reason. Why can't I just sneeze? Father hadn't passed away. As you can see, he's as healthy as ever. When Natsuki said this, everyone looked up instantly, startled, because they immediately understood what those words meant. However, Kraus alone didn't get it right away and had to ask, "What do you mean by this? Dad is right here, and he's..." I will say it again. Father is still in good health. He's busy with his research, so he'll be even less able to leave his study than usual. Because of this, we must handle all external affairs ourselves, so that Father can devote himself to his research without being burdened by the meaningless tasks. In short, nothing will change from the way things have been up until now. Do you understand, Genji? Yes. So Furniture of the One-Winged Eagle will continue to serve the master. Kumasawa, and you, Dr. Nanjo, do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, is that really what you wanna do, Natsuki-san? It may be true that Father passed away today, but if everyone here right now believes, we can use magic to revive Father. Impossible, madam. It's just too much. The time of death will be determined during the autopsy. We can't stop it from looking suspicious. Father will not pass away, so there will be no reason for there to be an autopsy. This is so insane! Of course she wasn't planning to make Kinzo live forever. The fake life given to Kinzo would only last until Kraus could repay his debt. After that, Kinzo's soul would finally be able to sleep in peace. Nanji repeated himself that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy, but Natsuki said again that it wouldn't be a problem. Father will not pass away by being reported dead. I see. He'll be reported missing. After clapping his hands together, Kraus stood up, shaking his fists. Yes. Once we're managed to pay back the debts and finish the preparation to lay Father to rest, we will then announce that Father was disappeared. Based. Rokijima vast and cultivated forest was the perfect place to stage disappearance. One day, Kinzo would go out of the forest for a walk and never return. They would search for him without success and then be forced to report his disappearance. If he disappears, we can file a report for his death even without a corpse. In other words, we can conceal the time of death. What do you think, Dr. Nanjo? There won't be any problem with this way. Yes, I can see the logic, but... Are you sure about this, madam? Yes, if all of us can keep quiet, then perhaps we could keep it a secret that the master had passed away. But there are so many ways that one of us could sleep up and allow someone to find out. Kumasawa, keep your voice down. Have you forgotten that Father is sleeping right over here? Are you trying to wake him? It isn't a corpse. Oops. Kinzo is sleeping. As Natsuki said that, Kinzo lay quietly on the bed as though there was nothing at all odd about her words. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? What sort of life did you enjoy? This sounds like this other song that they constantly use in movies because it's in public domain. You know what I'm talking about? I don't remember the composition name, but it sounds like tune tune. Oh, tentacle.